ஆர்கனைசர்லாம் அவ்வளோதான் ஸ்பெசிஃபிகேஷன் சொல்லுங்கள்.
சரி நம்ம நினைச்சு
இப்போ நம்ம ஸ்பேஸ் ஃப்ரீயாக ஒரு காய்கறி எவ்வளோ சொன்னாலும் உண்டாகும்.
அது அடுத்த
This conference will now be recorded.
After me.
Good morning, dear participants. We welcome you all to this second day sessions of ICSSR sponsored two-day national webinar on free online tools for easy, effective, and impactful research.
Good morning, sir. Sir, this is
Ma'am,
Anita.
good morning, ma'am. Anita, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. I am audible, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Your voice is very much audible, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, உங்க வீடியோ ஆன் பண்றீங்களா?
If you want, I can. Otherwise, I'll.
No, please. இப்போ அந்த ஜஸ்ட் நம்ம கெஸ்ட் இன்ட்ரோடியூஸ் பண்றப்ப நீங்க வீடியோ ஆன் பண்ணிட்டு அப்புறம் ஒரு 1 or 2 மினிட்ஸ்க்கு அப்புறம் நீங்க மறுபடியும் உங்க கேமரா நீங்க சுவிட்ச் ஆஃப் பண்ணிடலாம் நீங்க. நோ ப்ராப்ளம்.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And dear participants, we are very happy with yesterday's proceedings. And we had the inaugural session of this two-day national webinar yesterday at 10:15 a.m. And in the inaugural session, we had Dr. Ramani, the registrar, Mother Teresa Women's University, who graced the occasion, and the principal in charge, Dr. Angeline Madam, presided over the function. And after the inaugural session, we had 2 technical sessions. The first technical session was handled by Dr. Dhanavanthan sir, Deputy Librarian of Central University of Tamil Nadu, Thiruvarur. Sir was concentrating on the freely available reference management tools and the freely available online plagiarism checkers. He was just giving a thorough understanding of the basic concepts related to reference management plagiarism. Then we had the second session, which was handled by Dr. P. Sendil Kumaran sir, Deputy Librarian of Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod. During his lecture, sir exposed all the participants to various open access resources of India. India is rich in its information resources, and sir was just demonstrating various online resources that can be employed by the researchers and research scholars. Followed by this presentation on open access resources, sir had given hints on 3 important tools the tools that can be employed by us to transfer files online, to transfer and store the files online, and to compress the files. And at the end of second session, once again, Dr. Dhanavandan sir was able to come back. He was giving a demonstration on mental layer reference management software. So yesterday we had two fruitful sessions, lot of inputs from the resource persons, and we had a couple of questions from the opportunity of being with you for 2 days. I hope and wish that today also will be very active in your presentations, in your classes. And only one thing is we want more participants to ask questions. That is always better. Whenever a resource person completes his presentation, you can ask your queries either through chat box, or if you want to ask directly, you can unmute yourself and you can throw the question directly to the resource person. They'll be very happy to answer the questions. So yesterday we had a wonderful sessions, and today I hope today also you'll be able to get beautiful sessions are ahead. So we'll start the sessions by 10 a.m. Okay, thank you so much. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all the participants. I am blessed today to have a lot of elite participants. Dr. P. Padman Madam is here, my research guide and assistant professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Madurai Kamaraj University. Madam, a hearty welcome to you, ma'am. And I got session chairpersons, Dr. R. Sangarling is with us, and many of our friends are over here. Yohanandam is there, Sindhil Kumar sir is there, and many more are there. Anuradha madam, the rapporteur of this particular national webinar, madam is with us. So I extend a warm welcome to all the participants, office bearers, and all of you.
Very good morning, sir. Welcome to all the participants. Thank you for the wonderful responses for the participants. And also welcome Dr. Padma ma'am, Jai Prakash sir, and all the dignitaries. Welcome all.
Good morning, everybody. Dear participants, we will begin the session in a short while.
Yeah. How much, sir? Okay. அது மைக் இருக்கா?
ஆஃப் பண்ணிடுவா ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டேன்
ஏன்னா
அது எக்கோ வருது
இங்க இருக்க மொபைல் வந்து சவுண்ட் இருக்கு. இப்போ நம்ம பேசணும்.
சார் எஸ் சார் எஸ் சார் எஸ் சார் ஓகே சார் எஸ் சார் எஸ் சார் எஸ் சார் ஆமாம் சார் எஸ் சார் ஓகே சார் கேப் ரெடி சொல்லுங்கள் எஸ் சார் ப்ளீஸ் பண்ணுங்க சார் என்ன பேர் வருது சார் எஸ் சார்
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, very good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. Ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then. Thank you. Ramasamy sir, are you there?
Ma'am? Balamati ma'am? Kindly unmute, please.
A very good morning, sir.
Mute yourself.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Anita, ma'am.
Sir?
Anita, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute, ma'am. We'll begin the session. Jayabra, sir, shall we begin the session, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning, friends. A hearty welcome to the second day sessions of ICSSR New Delhi sponsored 2-day national webinar on free online tools for easy, effective, and impactful research. Thank you so much for all your active participation in yesterday's sessions. We hope and wish that you'll be having beautiful sessions today also. Technical session 3, it's being chaired by Dr. A. Anita, College Librarian, Dharmapuram Yana Bihai Government Arts College for Women, Mailadurai. An eminent scholar, an active librarian, and a service-minded LS professional. Ma'am, we welcome you to this particular session, ma'am. And in this particular session, our resource person is Dr. B. Jayaprakash sir, Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Bharatidasan University, Trichy. Ma'am, the session is over to you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Respected resource person, participants, good morning to all. On behalf of the Central Library, M.V. Muthaiya Government Arts College for Women, Dindigul, I extend a warm welcome to you all on the third technical section of the 2-day national webinar on free online tools for easy, effective, and impact research, sponsored by ICSSR Delhi. I extend my hearty welcome to our resource person, Technical Section 3, Dr. B. Jayaprakash, Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Bharatidasan University, Trichy. A warm welcome to all to the technical director, Dr. S. Arvindan, and reporter of this section, Mrs. K. Anuradha, and all the participants for virtually joining us through GoToMeeting and through YouTube streaming. Welcome you all. I'm happy to introduce the resource person of the section, Dr. B. Jayaprakash, to all. Dr. B. Jayaprakash is presently working as an associate professor in the Department of Library and Information Science, Bharatidasan University, Tiruchirappalli. He has completed his BSc and MLIC from Bishop College, Trichy, and MPhil from Annamalai University and PhD from Bharatidasan University. He has also cleared his NET/SLET examination. He has guided 30 MPhil students and 3 PhD scholars. At presently, he is guiding 5 PhD scholars. He has published 3 books, 10 book chapters, 70 papers in national and international conference. He has also published 57 research articles in international and national journals. He has delivered more than 170 special lectures in different institutes. He is also an associate editor and peer reviewer of few library information science journals. He is a member of Board of Studies in LIS at Bishop Bharatidasan University, Bishop College Trichy, AVM Pushpam College Pundi, Vellala College of Women Erode. He is an academic council member of NVKSD College of Education, Arthur. His role extends as a college question paper setter, and external evaluator of MPhil and PhD for many universities and colleges. He holds an additional responsibility as placement coordinator in Department of LIS Bardhasan University and also a member in IQSE NAC peer team review visit of Bardhasan University. His area of specializations are library automation and networking, open source software, institutional repository, digital library, academic social networking sites, and profile management system. He has overall 25 years of professional experience. We are happy to have you here today for the third section of the second day national webinar, sir. A warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
And sir, I welcome you all. Before handing over the section to the resource person, let me to give the general instruction as followed yesterday. All the participants are requested to mute yourself. And the resource person will be handling the section till 11:15 a.m. And from 11:15 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., we'll have an interactive sections. The participant can unmute and ask questions one by one, or else they can post their questions in the chat box. The YouTube participants can post the questions in the live chat and will ask on behalf of you. The attendance and the feedback link will be posted only by 1 p.m. in the chat box. With expecting your full cooperation, now hand over the section to the resource person. Please, sir.
Thank you. Yeah. Most respected principal of MM College and respected HODs and faculty members of MM College and respected convener and organizing secretary, my friend Dr. K. Ramaswamy, librarian of MM College, and respected conference technical director, Dr. Aravind, librarian of GTN College, Dindukal, and respected reporter general, Mrs. K. Anuradha, librarian of LRC Government College, Tripur, and chairperson Dr. Anita for this technical session 3 and for your nice introduction. And I thank the organizers, and also I just thank my dear participants who has just joined here, and very good morning to all. So I'm very happy to be here as the resource person for this 2-day ICSSR sponsored national webinar, which is conducted by MVM College. A really very dynamic person, Dr. K. Ramaswamy, organizing secretary. Always he is very keen into arranging this program and for benefit of the scholars and faculty members. And that is very specific. He is very, very systematic and very, very dynamic in arranging and taking classes. So I take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers for arranging this wonderful the webinar for 2 days, which is useful for us scholars and faculty members. And I also just take this opportunity to thank MM College Authority and organizing secretary for giving me the opportunity to interact with the other participants. And today, which I'm just going to share, I hope yesterday you have enjoyed the first day technical sessions and a variety of topics. And here organizing secretary has arranged to well and only to focus on a free tools what is available and that can be helpful for the scholars and to make their researchers very systematic. So in that way, he has just allotted the topic to me and as alert services. So alert services, he was very, very particular about this topic, and usually we used to handle different, and he wanted to me to just interact with what are the alert services which is available. Why? Because the social media influence in our research, and we should also know like what are the tools which is important for us to organize our research in a well manner. So in that aspect, he is very much interested to go with this topic. So I've just agreed, and I'm there here to share with what are the important tools which is available to give your research areas into your desktop or your mails. Okay, so normally as a research scholar, so to collect of our review of literature or anything related to our the articles, we have to just go browse number of journals and a variety of platforms we need to search. Okay, but whereas by that influence of information technology and then social media concepts, and now all the tools which is ready to deliver whatever the content which you want for your research, that will deliver to you in your mailbox or wherever you're just fixing for your RSS feeds. Like, okay, so that is a wonderful option which we have today with the influence of technology. As rightly, the aim of organizing this the webinar to utilize these tools in an effective manner. So in that aspect, I wish to share some of that information related to our alert services. So this is what I focus in this my session, which I would like to just cover what is alert services and what are the types which is there, and then mode of delivery, what it is, and then after then we can just have a look with that mail alerts, how we can just create it, and the table of content alert, how we can just create it, and then later we can just look with that RSS feeds. Okay, now these are the tools which is readily available to deliver a content to you, whichever the research you are taking care. Okay, otherwise you have to spend a lot of time to go browse, and sometimes to identifying that sources itself, it's a very difficult. Okay, so now this class within 1 hour will equip you exactly what tools you have to just go browse, and it will help you for your research. Okay, so with that the small intro, I would like to just present my PPT. I'll just go through the presentation and later we'll have a discussion if any doubts. Thank you. I'll just share. Please confirm whether my screen is getting shared or not. Okay. So hope my PPT is visible for everyone.
No, sir.
Is it visible?
It's visible now, sir.
Okay, maybe a bit slow. Okay. So, okay. One sec. Okay, I think my PPT is visible for everyone, and this is what alert services are type. Alert service make you to staying with the current research, whatever it is happening in your area of research. Okay, so in that point was I was to just bring some of the points to you, like, and first I'll just start with what Ramsam sir, is it clear to you?
That's very clear, sir.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, see, alert services, yeah, I think Ramsam sir, please. Alert
Go ahead,
service,
sir. I
which
have
is the
muted the
most,
process.
which is most recent, and the new the technology which will bring your content to your inbox. So that's what the most important the alert service. And alert service, which provides you with the current information on your area of research or interest. Whatever your area of research, you can fix it, and the content, it comes to you. That's a wonderful option. Maybe like our seniors, those who have done a research, they were struggling to find out that library, what the subscription, and then what are the sources which they have, and later they have to know like whether after visiting the particular place only you will come to know that whether they are just subscribing or not. But here, as a new researcher, what you're doing is, and the excellent content automatically comes to your desktop or your mail. Okay, so this is what alert service, and this is an excellent way to keep informed of the latest research information. So whatever it's happening on your area of research, immediate, as soon as it is getting published, and it comes to you, like, okay. And alerting services are available from, it's, Ramasamy sir, kindly just mute them. And alerting services are available from subscription databases. It is available, and your library search, whatever your library website and your library catalog, and what are the library just providing of the services, which also will be available. And then from publishers' website, publishers, as soon as they just publish their content, that is immediately, available for research scholars to go through. And then apart from this, the publisher's content, any other web resources which are related to your the research, that add into your or the content.
Keep
Now
you
these
there.
are the content, automatically it just
Keep you
delivers to you.
there.
So this is what it's for the alert services. Now,
YouTube plan, keep you there.
with that mail alerts, how we can just create it, and the Sir, please mute your mic and over the participants. Yeah, thank you. Or otherwise you can just remove him and later sometime you can allow to join. Yeah. Technical director. Sir, is it okay? Okay. So there are types of alerts which is there. For the search alerts. Sir Ramasamy sir, is it audible? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's clear, sir.
Okay. Okay, fine. So we'll continue. We'll continue. Yeah. So types of alerts, there are a number of alerts which is there, and one is there with the search alerts. Exactly what are the search, you can just make it, and based on your search, and you can set the alerts. And the second is with the journal alerts. So journal, as soon as the publishers their content, what are the important journals they have, you want to get a notification, so that can be done with the full text, and then later it is there with a table of content. So this is most the famous, and then it is very and important among that research scholars. And what are the table of content? New article, when it just comes to that particular title, and immediately that will be get noticed to your mailbox or by the RSS feed. Table of content. So suppose a researcher, you are just wanted to do for any scientific study or a sample, I'm just saying. So whatever the journal which you have just gone and subscribed in the table of content, and immediately if any article just brings with the scientific studies, and that alerts you. So like this, any kind of a research, the specific area, and which is what you just given an alert in the name of the alert. So immediately that brings the content to you. Okay. So now, based on this, you could know that what are the new journal what brought the recent articles on your own research. See here, you are not just going and trace out that the particular title and visiting number of times to wasting of your time. No, not required. Simply just click on that alert and make it for the table of content, and as soon as the content which is a new added to the particular journal, that comes to you. So then sitting in your place itself, seeing that the RSS or a mail, and simply you can just visit and then go to that site. Okay, need not to visit now and then. A particular article and number of times got cited, that may be your topmost author citation, or otherwise your own publications, total number of citations what it gets, and that will give you the alerts. And then final one is there with the library alerts. So library, nowadays we are just forced to do with that all social media concepts. So you can just set with that all your library sites, important things to be updated to your users, and you can make it for a new arrivals. Okay, and any demo or the databases which you brought, or anything newly purchased with it, the databases, all that can be just sent by the alerts. Okay, new addition to the books, new addition to the journals, or any of the important the workshop or conferences, whatever it is. So all that you can just make it for your library alerts, which is useful for your users. So if they subscribe, and immediately they will come to know that what is related to their subject specific. Now these are the different and the types of alerts which is available for scholars. But till now, you might have maybe like one or two you might have known about the alerts, but now we need to know like exactly where it is, what kind of alert is there, which is useful for us, and everything you should know. And here sometimes we may get a confusion saying that, sir, what is RSS, what is mail, or how it just deliver all it is. So here, the delivering of your alerts, it is only the basically two modes. So one is receiving by your mail, and second one is and accessing through the RSS feeds. Okay, so your mail, I know that, and everyone you're familiar with this, and then RSS feeds. So this is the symbol. It looks, you just click on it, you can just subscribe. Okay, now this is what RSS feeds. It is an XML. The coding will be there. Whatever the feeds which you just subscribe, automatically it just delivers. So there are two ways. One is and delivering at the point, and then the subscribing, but both, and we can just fix the RSS feeds. Okay, so for a scholar, simple, you can just say for a subscribe, you can receive the RSS feeds. Now I've told you like these are the only two ways. One is for the mail, and then second is for the RSS feeds. So now slowly we'll just get into that the options like where we can just go make a alerts. So I've here given you like general is a Google Scholar alert and Google alert and then Google Scholar alert. And later I've just given you for the how you can just go to the particular the journal and then give it, and then journal for the science and journal for that arts and sciences say journals. And then later I've just gone with the databases also. So everything I made it with a screenshot by step. Why? Because we are just conducting a program in a virtual. When I just go here and there, number of places to go for a login, because since we just work in and we need to visit an online, like go to the particular site and fix it there, and then come back to your mail ID and check whether it is alert or come or not. All that can be. I need to visit number of sites to avoid that the confusion. Like I've just made everything's very clear with screenshots. Okay, it is simple to follow. Hope you are a very good researcher, and those who are participating and you have a note and the pen with you, kindly just make a note of it, like where we are going and what exactly and what is the important to be the taken care while we just create it. Okay, this is the small advice and tips, and you can just make it. And first one, I'll just start with the Google's called Google Alerts. So now Google Alerts, it is launched in 2003. See, it is 2003. Now almost it's going to be 20 years. 20 years, but now only we are just hearing that importance. Thank you. So now only we are just hearing about that alerts, which will be useful for our research. Okay, so now Google, it has launched in 2003 and is a content change detection and notification services offered by Google. So it means like whatever the content is just changing in a particular site, and then if any of the notification which you do, they give an alert. So immediately that just comes through you. It's a Google, and this service sends an email to the user when it finds a new results, whether such as web pages or let it be in a newspaper articles, blogs, or scientific research. Aravind sir, and kindly take care of the participants and those who are just unmuting the audio, please. Yeah. Otherwise, there won't be any sequence.
Audio, please.
Yeah. If they're doing a continuous, better you can just remove them, and then later we'll try to.
Yes, sir. Yes,
please.
Sir.
Yeah. This service sends mails to the user when it finds a new results, such as web pages and newspaper articles, blogs, or scientific research. So here very specific, they're also just dealing with the scientific research. Sir, is it by the organizers or by participants? Yeah. So now here the Google, they're just giving with it a scientific research that matches to the user's search term. So it is not only just giving in a general alerts, and even it just gives you the alerts of your scientific research. Okay. So Google itself, it is available. Please have a look and then visit. And for this, what is the requirement is like you have to have only for a email ID for creating and receiving alert from the Google Alerts. Okay. So hope it is clear. Google is offering alerts, and they are offering for a general and then plus research information also. So for that, what is required is your mail ID for creating and receiving alerts from the Google. Okay. So now, so first, as a scholar, where you have to just go is just go to the Google and search for the Google Alerts. Okay. Search for the Google Alerts. You will get into that the results of a Google Alerts and just click on it. So I have just given you the red mark, this symbol which I have just given. So this is the site exactly. You have to just go click on it, and now this Google Alerts will allow you to create of a number of the alerts as per your wish. Okay, as per your maybe like your research area, broader area, or minor area, whatever it is like you can. So now, as soon as I've just given that, it just asking you to just keep a sign in. Okay, with your Gmail ID, you can just say sign in. So once you've just signed in, that goes to your alerts. So this is the option. You can just create an alert. You can create an alert. So now what I've just given is I've just given for a two alerts, one already which is there for a higher education in India, and then second one, which I'm just making for a library and information science. Okay, and very specific under that, I'm just making for scientometric studies. Simple, I'm just giving any term you can just give, nothing wrong with that. And creating alerts for a scientometric studies, I've just given that. Okay, so here as soon as when you just give, that will be asking with and number of options, like whether you want to say it as I mean immediately it happens, whether you want to know immediately or most once a day, only one you want to make it, or almost once in a week. How you want to get alert of these topics, which is asking for the options. So you can just select as you want. Daily you want to get, or important only you want to get, all that you can just select it, right? So hope you're very clear about this. And first one is it is there with that how often you want to receive. So second, it says like what are the sources which you want to have, like okay, the sources you can set with the automatic web alerts, video, books, or whatever it is. Okay, so like that you can just go and have, see, you should not create a junk. Why these options are available is to make very smarter, saying that what is your the alert and how you want to have, I mean, to alert you whether daily or important things, whatever it is, source, in which source you want to have a the alert. News or your source of a book or article, whatever it is, just make it with the sources. Then it goes for that the language. Okay, so here it is asking like there are number of languages which is available, and you can just select for as per your wish, maybe like in English most dominantly. Then later it will be available with the region. You can just select for your region as India. And then how many, means like here only the best results you want to have, or all the results you, whatever it is. So here the relevance ranking will be there based on your the search topics what you have given. So there you can just set it as not all results, only the best results you can give, only the best results. For example, scientific studies, there may be like a 50 articles and yeah, per day, for example. So in that you can just say for best article, maybe like a 5 to 10 it comes, not everything. So then after all the selections, you can make it for the create alerts. Okay, so now after you have just selected everything options, and this is the option to create alerts. Now once it is created, see here, before it was there for the higher education in India, now sports was there. Now I've just made it for you like a scientific studies which I just created, right? So this is the way you can just go to the Google and give your the create of your the important area of research as a keyword search, and then you can make it and fix the alerts. Okay, so now once it is fixed, immediately that just brings to your inbox whatever the content which is posted, and that immediately just brings to your the inbox. So here what I've just shown is like, and you can just log in with your mail ID, just get that Google alert. It says okay, Google alerts daily digest which has come. So very specific, and it says like a higher education in India. I fixed for the scientific study. After that I have taken a screens, and see, when you're just fixing in your area of research, it won't come immediately whenever it's just getting posted, whenever it is getting posted. So now sample higher education in India, that shows like a number of how you can subscribe for a particular the area of research in a Google alerts. So hope it is clear to everyone. So first where we have just gone, Google we have gone, Google alerts we are given there. And then to receive that, and you have to just have your mail ID, and then just give that the topic, and you select the options, what are the things which you want, whether are the sources or languages, whatever it is, then finally fix where and receive the alerts by the mail. See here, now as a scholar, you need to take a risk only one time to fix, and then fix the alert. It is not like daily go and search in different sites, maybe like a 10 or 15, 20 different sites. You know, to go and search what is scientific studies. Automatically it just comes to you. This is the wonderful message. And now if you want to view that whatever the alerts which you have received recently, just click on it, and it just directs to your original page. Okay, now this is what I just received from higher education in India. Now after clicking this, that directs to the original page. Now that goes to India Today. Now this is the topic which I have just subscribed related to higher education. Okay, this way it just goes to your research articles. Okay, exactly, all the scholars, you should know the step-by-step approach, and to get right the articles alert to by the Google. Okay, fine. Now So one is over by just creating by the Google Alert. Say Google Alert, it's very broader the database. It just brings the general research. But whereas you can just go to the Google Scholar, and they're also just giving alerts for only for a very specific for the research articles. Hope you're very familiar about a Google Scholar. And so this Google Scholar allow you to just search your topic, then you can just fix the so now same I'm just giving for a simple logic and systematic I'm just giving, and then after then I can just go to that create an alert. So once it is almost, it will be there in Google Scholar, means you can just log in with your ID, and then simply it is their option to create your alerts, create your alert. Now these are the search results which I just received. Now when I just say for create alerts, and immediately that brings and create alert with which mail ID I want to send, it is asking. Now we can give for that your query, your mail ID, and results, all the results whether you want, and you want to have a most relevant results. Just select this and then say create an alert. Hope you are clear. You're coming to the Google Scholar, give that the topic, then it will allow you to just go by that mail and give that mail ID, select that the most relevant results and create alerts. So once it is created, and this will be get notified in your the mailbox. Okay, so now here I just selected and systematic study and the most relevant results and confirm it and just creating it. Yeah, so now once it is just created, and later you can have a look with your Gmail account. So all that will be available for you when now and then when you're just getting a the article is posted in the Google Scholar. So this is very specific for a Google Scholar. Maybe like those who are just doing in an English literature or whatever it is, like a general message, the newspaper clippings, all which is required. For that, you can just go to that Google, and very specific for article when you're just looking with, you can come to the Google Scholar. Okay. And next is with the creating alerts for a nature scientific journal. So hope everyone sample only I'm just taking. There are a number of journals, but simple. I want to give you the clear idea of how the journal and how you can just go and have a look with that the alerts. So for that, I've selected one from science, one from social science. Now creating alerts for a nature scientific journal. Now this is very famous. Yeah, this is very famous journal, and it is a British weekly scientific journal funded and based on London, England. It is a multidisciplinary publication. So it's the nature features peer-reviewed research from variety of academic disciplines in science and technology. This is very dominative journal in science and technology, and it has a number of editorial boards now across the world. And international scientific publishing company Springer Nature, in the name of Springer Nature, which is available. See here in 2019, and JCR report that says like a 42.778. That is what the impact factor, very high quality. The journal, which is just fixed, that impact factor is for 42.778. So it is very high in that the years, like 2019, it has climbed the highest, and it is one of the world's most read and most prestigious academic journal. So that's what everyone wanted as a researcher. If you're a very good researcher in a science, so they will say that whether you have a nature publication. Okay, so it is very the topmost the prestigious academic journal in science and technology. So hope you're clear about what is this the nature, and what are the requirement is, like you have to just create a mail ID for creating and receiving alert in nature.com. Okay, so now this is with the nature the page where you have just visited, and here at the right side they have just given the sign up for alerts. Right side they've just given a sign up for alerts, and just click on it, and that will allow you just go for a giving of your login and passwords. So now it is asking for what is your email ID and then password. Or you are a first scholar, you can just go register it right now. So you have to just register. See, whenever you're just registering, it will just take as you are a member of that, and later it will ask for your mail ID and sends alert to your mail. Okay, so now this is the logic that works. So here for a registration, it has to have an account. If you are a very good researcher, for them it is useful to send any alerts. So for that they're asking like what is your name, what is your last name, mail ID and password and everything. So this mail ID will allow you to just get an alerts, right? So this is the registration button which is available. Now everything it is you have registered, and it just for a confirmation of your account. Once it is over, so that it sends the link to your mail ID for a confirmation. So given a link and email to confirm the account. Now, whenever you just create or registered, that will be just sending a message to you to confirm that whether you are a person to your inbox and to check your mail ID is right or not. So this is from nature.com receipt, and just click on it. So once you're just clicking, and it is allowed to create of your alerts. Okay, so now this is the message which is an optional they will provide. Suppose you are a very good researcher, you are from which the area of research, all they'll be taking that. Whether they want to have any tie-up with you, they can just have it, maybe like sending a newsletter or sending new products or whatever it is. So this page, and once this page is over, and it is confirming that the subscription. So now you're done. Your subscription is registration is over with the mail ID and everything. Now everything's ready to receive the alerts by the nature. Yes. So now I'm just going back to that the login nature.com. Once you've just created, how you can just go for a login. I'm just logging in. So with the mail ID and other things. Now once I've just done my mail ID, that shows like my account. So it means I'm already logged in with my account. So it is there with it is ready to get any alerts. Okay, fine. Now this is with the my account. So here it says like creating a alerts, e-alerts. So this will be available in a name of e-alerts. Now edit in e-alerts. So this is the place e-alerts will be there. Just go to this and edit. Okay, nature.com you have created. You can go to your account. So there you want to create a number of e-alerts. Then go to the edit and then try with what are the edits which you want to fix. So here it says like whether you want to recommend for a journals. So this is with the journals, this is with the newsletters, this is with the communities, all it is there. You can just select as the journals and then create it. Now for example, journal I've just selected. So here very specific, I'm taking for astronomy and planetary science. Astronomy and planetary science in a nature, which I'm just selecting, right? So now under that, I am just selecting for the nature astronomy. So there are a number of alerts, and I am just selecting with the one particular journal. Under that particular journal, I am just selecting nature astronomy, right? So now I am very clear. I've just gone to the nature, and in that journal which I've just selected astronomy and planetary science, and under which my the area of interest is nature astronomy. So I've just selected everything. I can just say save. Now once it is saved, and you could say that nature astronomy. Okay, achieve. This is what my alert. Now I've just gone to the edit. I've created journal. Under the journal, I've just created the alert. Now this is ready to receive any notification which is done by nature astronomy, right? So now to check this, you have to go by your mail ID and then have a look. So hope it just clear to you. So I've just explained with the nature exactly. So you create your account with your login and password, and then you can just give your mail ID to receive it. Go to my account and then create your own alerts, and then finally alerts will be received by your mail ID. So hope it just clear to you, everyone. Yeah. So next, it is there with the creating alerts for the Sage journals. Creating alert for Sage journals. One which I've just given for a science, and this one will for a social sciences. So social science, our researchers maybe like looking the topics every time they may say like, sir, I'm not getting any articles are relevant to my research and everything. But for you, there is an option. You can go to the Sage journals, journals.sageweb.com, and there you can just create for number of alerts. Okay. Now this is the first page of that Sage. They have given option as I said, like a register or a sign in. Okay. So for a new account, we can just make it the registration to give a feel of you are a researcher, you are searching onto this, and they will have a tie-up with you and sending any of other the product messages, whether you want to receive or not. Okay. Apart from this, your alert, what you're just creating, they'll be just sending all the communication to you. So further, they're getting a detail about that scholars. So signing in. Now, after signing in, and you have an option to browse by the discipline. You just select for the social sciences and the humanities. And after that social sciences and humanities, there are the options like once you're just logged in, your profile will be there with your mail ID. Individual, you can just go. As an institution, they have an option for sending an alert. And apart from this, they have an option for a society. See here, very larger approach which they have for alerts. So now our question, we are just selecting as the individual. So when you're just setting up individual, it is a free to you. You can just go for it. And by the institution, sometimes they may ask you to just pay. Okay. Now this is the option for your profile. So once it is your the data is verified by sending in a verification mail to your link to your mail and other things, then you can just come to the main one, log in with this, then it becomes my profile. So hope it is clear. So without login, it won't just say for your profile. Now once it is logged in, it says like your profile. Now you're allowed to search by the discipline. Now once you're there and you're going to set the alerts, now browse by the discipline, you can just select for that. As I said, like a social sciences, you can select. Now after just selecting that social sciences, you have further options. Select particular discipline. Select particular discipline with a and the subject of alerts. Now social sciences you have selected. Under that there are so many subjects are available. So you can just select for that social sciences and the subjects. Okay, the subject, it is there for number of subjects are there. You can just select as per your area of research, maybe a gender studies or a family studies or whatever it is, then add to alerts. Add alerts. Okay, now whatever the subject which you're selecting, you can just choose and then say add to alerts. Now it is available, and enter your mail ID to receive alerts. Now you have to just give with your mail ID and it receives. There are say like action research is there and a new content or any announcement which you want. You can just make it for a new content always. Yeah, just select for the new content and then add alerts. Okay, so now whatever the new content which is just posted or a particular journal, and it just alerts you. Okay, now I've just selected the journal as Journal of Librarianship and Information Science. Journal of Librarianship and Information Science, and from the Sage I just selected. Now after selecting this whatever the content which is added, that just puts the mails to me. So hope it is just clear to everyone. So I've just gone to the Sage and selected the journal. First I've just logged in, that formality you know. After logging in, I have to select the journal and then topic I'll be main subject and the discipline I'll be just selecting it. Later I can just go and select the particular journal and then create the alerts. So whatever you just created, that comes to your mail immediately. So this way I can just go handle with that the social sensor research in a Sage itself. Now the next option which is there for creating alert for a table of content. So I have told you there are the new the table of content means like each and every journal, maybe like 10 articles or 20 articles, whatever they just publish. So what it is related to you, that table of content alone, it just comes to you. This is very, very famous. Now almost all the publishers, they've just started doing it. And for a scholars, you should know what is TOC. Okay, so TOC. So this is much, much important for scholars, because visiting the number of sites and to know that whether we have received any new article on our area of research, it is very, very tough job, and that is what you're doing now. Now from here onwards, you please avoid just visiting an individual pages and then have a look up that your area of research. Now this is the wonderful the way you can just set alerts, and immediately when it just happens in the particular site and it comes to you, right? Okay, so your research time is, a lot of research time is saved, and you will be getting immediate alert more than anybody. So like that, immediately it just comes to you. Now this table of content alerts enables the end user to subscribe of a table of contents alerts of their favorite journals. You can go to the particular journal and fix that table of content, and automatically it just comes. Now when a new article is added to the journal, the users receive a notification via email about it. Okay, now email alerts, it just comes to you. And now for example, what I'm just doing here is, even it is there with the databases, even individual journals, both the way you can just go. So I'm just trying with that databases. Even when you just visit for the individual journal, that comes just to give you a feel. I'm just selecting a very good database. It's a Scopus international database. I wish to know like what are the journals which is related to my subjects index, and then based on that indexing by the familiarity and impact factor, I'm just selecting a particular journal. Okay, so that's what I've just taken for the Scopus, the databases. Now only thing is, when you just go with the Scopus database or Web of Science, whatever it is, like you should have then your email ID as your institutions. Okay, available. Otherwise you can just go to that individual journal that will get accessed by Gmail. So that only the difference. Now I've just logged with the institutional ID just to have a look how the Scopus. Now scopus.com, I've just gone there, and now this is the source. Source means like what are the titles which is indexed in the Scopus. Just to find out, I can just go to the sources, and then it will ask for my sign in. I can just give with my office mail ID. So now I would like to just create a title, the journal name for the creating of a table of 100. I have selected here as the title is academic radiology. Academic radiology, which is a topmost journal, and which I want to select. Okay, I have just selected here academic radiology, and then I can just go for a creating an alert for this. Like, okay, now this is what the academic radiology. Now search, I just made it. Based on the search, I could get like one the result is there, and yeah, citation, it looks with more than 4,000 plus. Yeah, site score is 4.7, it is there, right? Now based on this score, I'm just selecting. Now what I'm doing is I can just go to the academic radiology site itself, and by visiting this source page. Okay, why I've just gone to the databases, whether there's good journals which is indexed in Scopus or not, I would like to know. I've just gone to that. Then finally I could get it like academic radiology which is indexed. So I've just confirmed it, and based on that I can just visit for the home page. Now I'm there in the home page of academic radiology. So here just logged in, and after just login, and you can just go check what are the article and the alerts which is available. So here you can select articles and issues, and down you got an option for set up a journal alerts. Down you have a option for set up a journal alerts. Now just click on this. Now after clicking this, it will allow you to look with whether you want to have this academic radiology, whether you want to have a table of 100 alerts in progress. Alerts in progress, I mean articles in progress means like whatever it is new publishing, it comes. But our request is only to go for a table of 100. Just click on it. Now this table of 100, after just selecting, and now you are now following this journal. It means you are already done. Your alert is set for this academic radiology, and you are following this. That's the meaning of this. Once it is over, so whatever the article is related to the radiology, whatever that the table of content, it is newly added, any new issues, immediately you will get a notification. Immediately you will get a notification by your mail. Okay, so hope it is just clear to you. Now I've just gone to the database, I've explained. For this, we need to have our office mail ID. If you want, just directly visit that particular the title, academic radiology, you can visit and fix as the Gmail. Whatever it is sufficient, you can just do it. And now there are a number of the journals. I have told you only with that the Nature and the Sage and table of content with the Scopus database. Apart from this, and for scholars, variety of the researchers, whether the science or arts and science or human, whatever it is, now list of journals for a table of content alerts, it's available. Now ACM Digital Library, American Mathematical Society, ACM, Cambridge, say like IEEE also for engineering, and MathSnet for mathematics, request for a MBA, I mean like a management, science director for a science, and a Springer, science and technology, and Talent Francis, science and technology, all it is. So now these are the variety of journals which give you for a table of content alert. So as a scholar, you should know where I have to just go, which journal is good for our research. After knowing that, go to that particular journal. If they are just allowing for a table of content, just give an alert. Immediately, the new article just comes to you. Okay, so this is the way we have to just go. Now, actually, they are just doing as a service. It's a wonderful site which is there for a journal, tvocis.ac.uk. Now, this site will give you and more than 11,000 the journals. Okay, more than 11,000 journals. It just gives for the table of contents. Okay, so actually you can just go browse here, see here elsewhere, Sage or whatever it is, like this is available. You can go to the journal tvocs.ac.uk, and this site will allow you to create number of, it is very specific for individual, it is just free. For institution, you have to go pay for it. Like, okay, so free access which is available. This is the wonderful site you can visit. Now actually this site will allow you for an individual is free of cost, and they have an option for that institution. You can set it for whatever the department you have. You can just set an alert, and then pricing also, which is available for other community and all to access. Okay, so hope it's clear. Make a note of this, and then you can visit, set alert today itself. You'll be receiving with all that the important journals, indexed in Scopus, Web of Science, wherever it is, it gives that, right? Now the last part, and we would like to know what is the creating alerts by using an RSS feeds. So till now we could manage what is available by mail, and the one more option, the delivery the mode, which is available with the RSS feeds. So first we should know like what is RSS feeds. Now this is with the really simple syndication. So that's called the XML. The file extension will be, the coding will be there. Now this will allow this web feed that allows user and applications to access updates to websites in a standardized computer readable format. So whatever it is available in a website, when you subscribe that, the content, it comes to you as soon as they have just published there in the website. Now subscribing this RSS feeds can allow a user to keep track of many different websites in a single news aggregator, which constantly monitors sites for a new content. So you know to visit number of times, say like a 10 websites you are visiting, all the 10 websites, whatever that updates are happening, you want to get alert by the RSS, that comes to you, right? Okay, very simple. I have some the screenshots, and based on this you could better understanding. Yes. Now our task is like, and under the articles and the issues, select RSS feeds. The same, I've just gone to that academic radiology on the title, which is already familiar to you by based on that our demo. And now this impact factor, it says like 3.173. Now this journal is very much useful for my research. So now I want to get an RSS alert from this. Now say after just login, we can go to the articles and then issues, and here is the option is RSS. Just select on this RSS. Now this will allow you for a RSS feeds. This will allow you to copy that RSS feeds. It means academic radiology, they have just fixed that RSS content to be pushed for everyone that you are subscribing. Now as soon as you just click on this, this will allow you to copy the URL. This will allow you to copy the URL. This is what important. This URL you have to just copy paste in your RSS feeds. Now as soon as I just selected the RSS feeds, and this will allow you to just copy the URLs, right? Now next what I can just go and confirm the message will show after the link copied. Now I want to just copy this and paste it to my RSS reader. Okay, whenever this get updates, and immediately that notifies. Just copy that link, is copied. Okay, now I've just gone to the RSS, I've copied the link, and you may ask like, sir, where to paste? That's what, there are number of RSS readers out there. Number of RSS readers are there. Now these are the different readers are available. Now before we used to get a readers for that local desktop installations, but here I've just given you for whatever it is available in online itself, like your Gmail, this will be available. Now these are the top RSS readers which is available by online itself. Now Feedly and InnoReader and Newsburler and Feed Reader and Feeder. So here Feedly and Feeder is very famous, and you can use, okay, maybe like they are giving in a free of cost, and the commercial also it is there, and see to that. And what are the limitations you can use? It is freely available. All that it is freely available. This is what a top. There are number, but this goes with the topmost in the rating of our features and everything. Now Feedly, I've just taken a sample. Okay, so here I've taken a sample of a Feedly, how you can work in online, and copying of your that RSS feed what you have just copied from that, and you can paste it to this. Now this Feedly, it is a very good software. It is an online application which is available. This will allow you to collect, read, and share a new content from your favorite websites. So now favorite websites you can fix it. Now we have copied one. We'll see that how we can. Now this RSS will act as a collection of a service for all the content you usually view on the web. And this RSS allows people to subscribe to web pages and have the information from page sent to them. Whatever the newly added, that comes to you. Now this is what Feedly, the features. And then as I told you, everything which is available by online. So like a Gmail, this Feedly is required to log in. Feedly is required to log in. Now log into Feedly's site to follow the feeds. Now this is what a login. Just simply just log into this. This will allow you to just log in with your Google or whatever that account you have, and better is just we can go by the Google. Now after just Google is, you can just send this is what your mail, and now once your mail is just logged in, that will allow you to go for your websites. Okay, allow you to go for websites. Now what are the websites which you want to just create? It is asking, just click on the websites and see here it just says for a radiology. Now this website you have to just click. Now after this clicking the website, this is the place where you can whatever you copied there in the center, like radiology you have copied now, so previous, so that to be pasted here. Okay, that to be pasted here. Now after just pasting, you can just for a create a alerts. Now you have created alert, select that follow button. Now I've just created the alert. Now Science Direct publication academic radiology, which is ready for a follow, ready to follow. Hope it is clear to you. Where I've just gone RSS feed, I'm gone to the academic radiology. I've gone. I've selected that RSS. After selecting that, it allowed me to just copy the URL. Now after copying that URL, where to paste? For that pasting is RSS required. RSS feed is required. I've just taken that feedly. Now logged in. Now this is the place where I can just create for the new alerts. So for this particular journal, I've done it. Now just following it. Now create a new folder to follow the feed. Here I can just create any number of the folders. So here it is, after touching this follow, it allows you to just create the folder. Now by the folder, it says like whether you want to have a session radiology or a journal, whatever it is like, you can just create as per your wish with a name. Now I'm just creating with a radiology. Now after just creation with a name called radiology, now this is what exactly I'm just following it. Okay. Now see, before it was the follow, now it is I'm just following it. This following, it makes sure that you are already created the RSS for this. Okay, so hope it's clear to you. Maybe I'm just step by step I'm just explaining. These all, when we just go for by practical, I have to just go for a number of screens that will make the confusion. So I just made it very clear step by step. Okay, so now this following, once it is just followed, and this is what a button. We have just created the folders called radiology. Under that radiology, which is for a science study publication academic radiology, this is what a journal which is available. Now under all the tab, the feeds will be displayed. See, when I just click on that, what are the alerts which I've just received from RSS? You just click on this all button. You could see that from Science Direct alerts, whatever I've received. Okay, whatever I've just received. Hope you are clear. Under the radiology, maybe I am not created anything under the radiology. So there are number of the articles, whatever they posted in the radiology site. Immediately, this push from that RSS feed, I could get everything here itself. Right now, under the other tab, the feeds will be displayed. All that radiology, when I just click, all the Science Direct article, it has come. See, such a wonderful the technology, how it just works is simple. You are going to the particular site and fixing it, and immediately this is available for you to get an article. It's a best option. Otherwise, you want to have your research article to be searched means, first of all, you should know what are the source and where to publish, what are the sites are there, and whether any new articles. All that confusions will be there. That is what we are always getting a delay. So now, to avoid your delay, and immediately you can just go by this and push that to the RSS content that comes to you. Like, okay, so this is what I would like to give you the demo part of our presentation. So I hope it's just clear to you, everyone. Now, shall we just discuss what are the queries? Yeah, we'll discuss. Yeah. I would like to stop my screen, sir. Again to share and then stop. Yes. So hope my screen is not visible to you, and then to you like we will discuss now. Ramasamy sir. Hello. Yeah, Technical Director Anita, ma'am, you are there.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay. Yeah, now we'll discuss. Yeah.
The participant can ask the questions from in the feedback in the chat box or directly unmute and ask your questions.
Let me have a look at the YouTube chart, sir. If there is any question, I'll come back to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, sir. I'm Muthu
Yeah, very good
Panneshwari.
morning. Yeah. Yes, you can.
So I
Please.
have a small doubt.
Yeah, tell.
Can I follow more than one website using RSS feed?
Yeah, you can. I have just selected only one for a radiology, but RSS on a particular topic. So same like you can just visit number of the sites and create an RSS. All that will be delivered to your RSS feeds or mail, whatever it is. The main purpose of alert
Okay,
is
sir.
getting, main purpose of alert is getting an alert from different sites. You know to visit again and again. That's the point.
Okay,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful lecture, sir.
Thank you. Next, somebody started.
So Nagalakshmi has asked a question that can you show us how to create alerts in commerce subject?
Commerce subject. So I've told you, like you can just go to that Sage. Okay, there are number of the journals which is available in a commerce. Select a particular journal and see that the alert where you can just create it. Ma'am, is it clear? See, sample I have just told you for a social sciences. Social sciences, one journal I have just taken it. So there are number of journals which is available for a commerce in a Sage itself. So please visit, select the journal, and then you can just make alerts as per your wish. Is it clear? Nagalakshmi, it is clear?
Good morning, sir.
She has asked one more question, whether RSS feed and all we have to pay or it's free.
Yeah, it is free. Right now, I have just given you the list. That list of RSS feed, what I've just shown you is everything's free, which is very, very simple, available as your Gmail. You can just create that account and then you can use. It's freely available. Sometimes pay means like they will be allowing up to free 20 pages of a websites you can create. So like that it is available. Yeah. Please.
Sir, good morning, sir. I have a question.
Yeah, very good morning. Yes.
Sir, actually the Google alerts are there only for specific topics, right? So if we search for a specific topic, we get the alerts.
Yes, exactly.
And if we want alerts for various other topics,
Okay.
if the email is already filled up with too much of data, and if we want to publish a paper on some other topic, then should we again search with the specific topic that we want to work on and unsubscribe to the previous topics or something like that?
No, that you can think of. Suppose you are doing a research, okay, you make sure that this is what your area of broader research, and then the very, very minor the area which you're just creating an alert. Let it be in a both, and you will be create as the two different folders in your mail itself. So then you can have a fine-tuned look at a collection of a data also will be there. Just click on a particular folder what you want to have a look. Otherwise, it will become a junk. Okay? So make sure that create a number of folders as per your wish, and you can do that. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Actually, when we write papers, like we want to publish papers in Scopus journals and all. So after we finish one paper, we will do the research for another paper. So like that, the mails keep on increasing. So
you can.
Okay,
you can
fine.
create any number of the article alerts. Okay, maybe like that is for your research or writing an article, whatever it is.
Can we unsubscribe to the alerts also, sir? Can we unsubscribe?
You can.
Okay. Yeah. Fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, very good morning, sir.
Sir, yes, sir. Once I am browsing the Sage articles, unknowingly, I have clicked the reject cookies, sir.
Okay.
From that time onwards, my IP address was blocked, sir. I am unable to open it. Is there any solution?
This is the general. Actually, you can just go to that. See, cookies means like whatever they're just giving. So that has to be get aligned for your browser. That's what they're asking. Okay.
Okay.
You're getting blocked means like only to visit the Sage or any other sites you could not go.
Only Sage, sir.
Only Sage.
Yes, sir. Sage journals.
Okay. So what you can do, I mean, one session where what I can give you, like you can go to that your browser and reset that as a fresh. You can just go for it. Reset everything. For example, like a clearing of your history and everything will be there, and you can just clear it, and then you can visit that Sage. We'll see that the result, how it goes. Okay. You can clear your cookies. Yeah. You can clear your cookies. You can clear your history, and after just clearing everything fresh, you can visit for the Sage. You can follow. I think it will be a solved. It will be solved.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome, sir. Anything else? Maybe the other person also was trying. Anita ma'am, anything from chat box?
Chat box, that's it, sir. Ramasamy sir, anything in YouTube streaming, sir?
Yeah, let him come. Before that, and we'll try here.
All the questions we have answered from here.
Fee or free, please say full form of RSS. RSS full form I have given you. Really simple syndication, I told you. Even you can just give for rich site summary also, you can give both. Yeah. I think there is
ma'am, there is no question from YouTube live streaming, ma'am. There's no question from there.
Okay.
Since your section was very clear, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, really, I want to get a feedback from the scholar, those who have attended. So the flow, the flow, whether it was okay for them. Before you're giving in your formal, all the things. And I would like to hear from that scholar exactly what we just covered, it has reached well or not.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am.
I have a question, sir. So your session was really good. So you have just explaining the various feed, how to create the feed for the subject wise. Suppose if you want to create the alert for the cross subjects, sir, suppose the combination of two subjects.
Okay. This Jalashmi ma'am from where?
Sir, I am from Hyderabad, sir.
Hyderabad. Okay. So actually, in a multidisciplinary, that's what you used to ask, right?
Yes, sir.
What is your area of research?
My area of research is assessment of library and information services, sir.
Information services. Okay, fine. Yes. So suppose you wanted to visit for the Emerald site. Okay. So there will be a number of library science journals will be there. Okay. You just go to that particular title of the journal and see to that what is the scope of the journal. What are the scope of the journal? Maybe like visiting a 4 or 5 library science journal. See there in the scope of the journal, whether it just covers for that the information services, or whether it just goes for that user recommend something like
user
okay.
Needs,
so whatever the user needs, whatever it is, you just see to that the scope of the journal. Try to select that particular journal, table of content, and get an alert. Are you clear? So multidisciplinary one, you can just go with it, library science, or anything you want to just test with a psychological approach or something like, you can visit other
or something like suppose the technology approach.
Yeah, that's what. So, yeah, you can connect. See here, main aim is you have to visit, find out that particular journal scope, and then give alerts. That's it. There is no problem in giving an alert. Hope you are clear.
It's fine, sir.
See, you are setting an alert for a particular journal with a topic. Like that, you can just go to that other journal and then create alert for a particular topic. That's it. One may be like a technology, the another one is for user needs. Both you will be getting it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sir, I have another question, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Sushma. Yeah, Sushma, sir. Yeah. Sir, actually the table of contents thing is very popular and important, you said, no, sir, for all the journals.
Yes.
If we see the table of contents, the work on the part of the research scholar is increasing. Like we have to search for our specific topic or some topic which is related to our area, and among all those topics we have to search for it. So what is the use of table of contents?
No, table of content, say you are fixing, this is the journal it supports for my research. For example, when you just go to particular topic of the journal, particular title of the journal, you see to that your scope of the journal. Okay, that scope of the journal 100% relevant to you for your research. Okay, then only you can just create an alert for you, table of content. It means whatever the new addition it comes, what are the new issues they release, immediately you will be getting an alert for the particular article. See, in a science, when you say like 1 or 2 articles, if there is no support, you could not even complete of your research. So for that, you will be longing for a support of the new research by recent additions. In that case, whatever the new articles which is just added to the particular journal, immediately that will deliver to you. Okay, based on that, you could say, okay, this is what a new and the area who has done it, all those things. Otherwise, you cannot land the right articles if you're not subscribing this. Sushma madam, I hope you are understanding that.
Yes, sir. You mean to say that the topic itself which we have searched for, that is we have created an alert for that topic only, immediately if it is published in their journal, they will notify us.
Yes. Table of content is that actually, first of all, one is topic, second is that journal itself, it is important to you. The journal scope, see, a particular journal is there, library information science, when you say like this journal takes care for library technologies. Okay, I am doing somewhere in the technologies, RFID or whatever it is. So the technology, whatever it comes, it is related to me. So I'm just fixing the RSS table of content of a particular journal itself.
Okay.
So hope it is clear to you. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
There may be like a 20 there may be a 20 article. All the 20 article technology taken to the different aspects, but I am doing only in RFID, means like if anything comes, immediately that will get alerts. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So these all you have to just go do it in the practical. Then this kind of questions won't be there, because exactly what we are just creating for our content, and second you are going for the particular the full text itself. Third one is we are just going for the table of content. So that's the coverage. Whatever it is alerted by the journal full text, you'll be getting it. Whatever the table of content is, whatever the table of content which is added to that journal, it comes to you. Then later, one is like you are giving a very keyword. Whatever the articles which is there, that will allow you, that will get updated. So these are the different types. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Somebody just unmuted to speak, or by mistake, I don't know.
Anita ma'am, there is no question from YouTube live streaming, ma'am, and there is no question in chat box also. If any participant is willing to ask a question, you can unmute yourself and ask. If
somebody is.
No question. Sir, that was really a wonderful presentation, sir. You have given a very beautiful abstract, a lot of visual effects on various kinds of alerts that can be created by our participants. That was a live session. Thank you so much for that. Anita ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I'll take this. Thank you, sir.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
I express my hearty thanks
This conference will now be recorded.
The resource person of the third technical section of the 2-day national webinar for giving an excellent coverage on the topic. On behalf of the organizing committee and the participant, we thank the resource person for enlightening us about alert services. We'll learn more about alert services like search alert, journal alert, database alert, table of content alert, citation alert, and library alerts. And we also have learned how to create alerts in different platforms. The concepts like a Google alert and RSS feeds enable not only the saving the time of the researcher, but also enables them to get the right information, enables that the right information reaches the right person on time. The section was very informative, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I also express my heartfelt thanks to all the participants for making this section an interactive one by your thought-provoking questions. It gives me immense pleasure to act as a chairperson for the section and also to post vote of thanks on this special occasion. I thank my friend Dr. Ramasamy for giving this opportunity. Once again, I thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So other research person is ready now. Dr.
Yes, sir,
Leeladharan. Yeah. So before closing that, my advice for all the scholars and whatever you learned and this 2 days, this ICSSR sponsored webinar. So this is very special efforts taken by our organizer, and he want you to just get into the practical, not to just see the screens what we are just sharing it. No, get into the practical. So kind advice is as per his objective, and take down all the tools whatever they're discussing. Kindly go practice yourself. Then 100% your research will become a simple. Otherwise, how you are just struggling and you have to keep on struggling only, like. So this is my advice, and kindly take it and make sure that everyone has to get practical involvement, and what are the tools which you're just creating, utilize for 100%, not just creating and leave them alone. Okay, just utilize for 100%. Really, your research will be a very systematic, and you will have a lot of time for your research. Thank you so much. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to interact with the participants, the great participants. We had a nice interactions also with many the participants from across India. Even somebody from Hyderabad was there. Thank you so much. Dr. Ramasamy sir, my special thanks to you for arranging this wonderful webinar. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sparing a valuable time and a lot of inputs for us for our practice. You have given enough work for us so that we can go back to the home and sit and do some homework, sir. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank
you, sir.
Yeah.
So with your permission, we are proceeding to the next one, sir. Next session, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right. All the best. All the best.
Humble request to all participants to turn on their videos. You may, just for a couple of minutes, we like to take snapshots of all the videos. So whoever is possible, can kindly share your camera, please. Just switch on your camera, please. Just for a matter of 2 minutes, we'll take a screenshot, and then we can go back to our normal mode. We just try. Those who can share the videos, please. Kindly switch on your videos. I could see a couple of faces, beautiful faces. Fine. Another ma'am, Sangalingam sir, JP sir, Arvind sir, and Leeladharan sir. I want some more faces. Yes, nice. Can we get few more, please? If possible, you can kindly turn on your camera, please. Yes. A few more. Just try. Yes. Good. Just for 2 minutes, and then you can go back. Jonathan sir is there. Okay, fine, good. Yes. Anybody else? Please, if possible, kindly switch on your camera. So bandwidth permits. Just click on your camera, the photo will appear, and click on share, and the photo will be appearing here on the screen. Please, last one more request, last time. Please switch on your camera, please. We'll take snaps. Just click on your camera, the photo will come. There's an option for sharing. Just click on share. Your photo will appear on the screen. Okay, thank you so much. Now you can turn off your cameras, please. Thank you so much for that. Now we are in the 4th technical session, and this session Dr. R. Sangarlingam, College Librarian, Government Arts College, Autonomous Kumbakonam, will be the session chairperson. Actually, Sir has completed his PhD from Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai. And before joining collegiate service, Sir was serving as the corporate librarian at a company. Yeah, IT savvy and librarian, an innovator in the field of librarianship, and young man. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. R. Sangarlingam to chair the session. And the resource person for this particular session is none other than Dr. Leeladharan, Assistant Professor, Senior Grade, Department of Library and Information Science, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry. Now the session is over to Dr. R. Sangarlingam, the session chairperson. Sir, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Respected Principal, Ma'am, MBM, Government Arts College for Women. Respected Convener and Organizing Secretary, Dr. K. Ramasamy. And respected Technical Director, Dr. S. Aravind, Librarian and Head, Central Library and Department of Library and Information Science, GTN Arts College, Indukal. Respected Rapporteur General, Mrs. K. Anuradha, College Librarian, LRG Government Arts College for Women, Tirupur. And my dear friends, Dr. Anita, Dr. M. Grace, Dr. K. Gumaresan, and my research supervisor, PhD guide, Dr. P. Padma, Assistant Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Madurai Kamaraj University. And I respected Dr. M. Leeladharan, today's resource person, Assistant Professor, Senior Grade, Department of Library and Information Science from Pondicherry University, History. And respected participants from Tamil Nadu and all over India and world. Very good morning and warm welcome to this last session of ICSSR New Delhi sponsored 2-day national webinar on free online tools for easy and effective and impactful research. So we had great 3 sessions from yesterday to till now, and we welcome you for the last session. And I would like to thank Dr. K. Ramasamy for having given me this opportunity. And our resource person, Dr. M. Leeladharan, is the dynamic personality. He is MLIS from Madras University in the year 95 to 97. And Doctor has also passed both SLET and NET the same year. And Dr. M. Leeladharan has OK experience for more than 10 years as a librarian from various academic institutions like arts and science colleges and engineering and medical colleges. And he has also worked as a librarian in Singapore before taking the teaching position in Pondicherry University. He joined Pondicherry University in the year 2007 as a faculty in the Department of Library and Information Science, and has published several articles in conferences and journals, and also has authored distance education study materials for BLS program offered by the University of Madras. Dr. Leeladharan is a 3-time recipient of Best Teacher Award from Pondicherry University and Best Presenter Award from ICSSR. Dr. Leeladharan is a member of Board of Studies of Pondicherry University, and he has served as a convener of NCTE Library Development Committee, New Delhi. He has also served as a member question paper setting committee of various universities, including Central University of Himachal Pradesh and ICFA University, Nagaland. He has also delivered several invited lectures and has successfully completed some consultancy works that include automation of Central Library of Sabri College of Education, Puducherry, and extensive training on Koha for library personnel of Sri Balaji Vidyapith, Deemed University, Puducherry, and he has established the library at SOS Village for Children, Puducherry. We are very happy to have you as a resource person for this session, sir. Thank you so much for having accepted our invitation. We welcome you cordially for this national webinar, and the session is yours. Please take it over, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning to one and all. First, I would like to thank the organizers, the patron, Professor Dr. Lakshmi, Principal MEM Government Arts College, and Dr. K. Ramasamy, the Organizing Secretary and Librarian of MEM College, Rapporteur General Dr. K. Anuradha Madam, Librarian LRG Government Arts College, Tirupur, and then Technical Director Dr. S. Aravind, Technical Director, Librarian, GTN Arts College, Dindikal, and Chairperson Dr. R. Sankaralingam, the chairperson for this session. My thanks to one and all whose name I have not taken up, but who are behind the screen and operating for the successful conduct of this event, and no, all the participants who are making this event much more successful, no, and actively participating, asking questions, and motivating the speakers no, to do justice for what purpose they have been invited. So I could see that in the last session also there are a lot of questions. If there are no questions, no, even the resource person feel very much offended that whether they have done justice for the lecture. So in my session too, I expect questions at the end of the session. And my humble request that no, those no, the participants is that kindly keep your mics muted during the presentation part. And my presentation actually, some of it may be like what you already have done, no, because it is going to be on Google Forms. It is on Google Forms, how to make use of the Google Forms for your research. Hope now you are able to see this my presentation.
Yes, sir. We are able to see your screen, sir. Can you run it in the slideshow mode, please, sir?
Yeah. So this is going to be my presentation is going to be on Google Forms. Maybe I should go into presentation mode, then start sharing. Ramsami, sir.
So you just click F5, sir.
F5. Okay.
F5. Or you can click the menu button. Slideshow is there. You just click on slideshow. The menu bar. Slideshow.
Yeah, now it has changed. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fine, sir. Super, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Yes. So this presentation, actually, many of you might have done your you might have made use of the Google Forms for several other activities, including this event. Most of you might have registered through the Google Forms. So the only difference is that actually people make use of several tools, including the Google Forms, for purposes like registration in the events or participating in surveys and so many things. But you need to know certain intricacies that are involved in choosing the right type of questions, right? Because often we could see that we cannot forgo in making use of the statistics, especially in the cases of social sciences, but we always end up having problem in choosing which tool or which test to be chosen for the validation or to justify the hypothesis or testing the hypothesis like that. So no, we always take the help of a statistician. The same way here, Google Forms we make use, but for what purpose, which type of question we need to set, that is where probably I will like to try to cover up today with some examples to be discussed during the presentation. So for those people who have never made use of the Google Google Forms in the past, this is the simplest definition for it or explanation for it. That is, Google Form is basically a questionnaire tool that allows the users to create fillable forms. For the purpose of fillable forms, they can use it for the quizzes or other applications and other documents that require users, right? So basically, Google Forms is one of the component which comes along with the Google Docs, Google Sheet, and then Google presentation, Google Slides. So in the Office suite, you may know that Microsoft Office has a combination of PPT, Word, Excel, like that. The same way, Google now it is offering these services on an online platform where in order to access these resources, in order to create a document, you need to have a login permission. That is, you need to have a Google account, Gmail account, right? Google account with your Gmail ID, which is being provided as a for free. And once you have created such a credential user profile in the Google platform, you can just access the Google form, and basically the Google forms are being used by the researchers in conducting online surveys. Of course, now this has become very much widely adopted, because during the pandemic actually people could not venture out or meet know others and do research, because especially social science, you need to do research with the social entities or society. So you often know exhaustively make use of the questionnaire as a tool or interview or other methodologies. And now this comes handy when you try to do the survey where you need not personally meet the respondents, right? And even for conducting the events like seminars, webinars, or whatever it is, right? You need to collect the details of the registrants, like you need to create profile of the participants. For that reason, Google Forms are being used by event organizers. And of course, once the event is over, you also need to take a feedback on the resource person's capabilities, the quality of the delivery, and all such things. So for feedbacks, you can make use of these Google Forms. And at the end of the event, for providing certificates for the participants. And please understand, it is not only for events, but even market surveys regarding products. No, corporate, they are also making use of Google Forms or similar kind of products that are available in the market for conducting surveys or registrations, getting feedbacks, or generation of certificates and all such things. This is one such tool, right, which is widely being used among the academics for its simplicity, ease of use, and no, because it is affordable or free as on date. Because if you want to go for the Google Forms, it is free as on date. And of course, if your institution happens to have subscription to the G Suite, right? G Suite is where extended services of Google products are also available as part of the suite, and you will be having access to all the resources, right? So if you are alone, right, you are not affiliated with the institution which has a affordability to have Google Suite subscription, then you can also create a survey using Google Forms. All that you need to do is go to any search engine, and using any search engine, you can just simply type Google Forms, and once you type that, it will give you the result like this. And these second or third result, you could see that there is something called as Google Forms sign in. So if you choose this Google Forms sign in, after accessing the Google Forms, as a result, it will take you to this signing in page, where only Google account will be accepted, because this is a product of Google. So you need to have a what is called as a Gmail account or Google account. You can provide those signing credentials here, like your email ID and all such credentials, and you can enter into the Google server to access the Google Forms. And this is how the welcome screen or home screen of the Google Forms will look like. So here you could see that on the rightmost top corner, my picture is being displayed, because which means who is accessing these particular forms. That is what is going to be displayed at the top right. If you have a profile picture, the picture will be displayed. Otherwise, simply it will be a black and white or gray texture that will be available there. So now here on the screen, you will see a lot of templates. Like at the top, you could see here a lot of templates being displayed here, and at the bottom there are forms. So at the bottom, what is being displayed are the previously created forms which are being created by you, or the forms which have been shared to you by some of the other researchers. For instance, it could be a researcher who wants to collaborate with you, so they are sharing their form, giving you equal rights to no provisions to edit the form or improvise a form, and give your contribution on it, right? Then such forms also will be displayed. Like here you could see that there is one form which is by Neetu Yadav, who is a research scholar of mine. She has shared her form. So all such forms what you have accessed in the past will be displayed at the bottom, and at the top it will show a lot of templates, right? So if you want to change this kind of display, like you feel it is too cluttered, if you want to change this display pattern, then on the left you could see that wherever I have put this red color arrow mark to point out that that is what you're supposed to select in order to change, right? What you need to do in order to get the next step, right? If you want to change the display in this screen, you have to choose these three bars, which is on the leftmost corner. If you do that, it will take you to the provisions, where you need to choose the settings. On the left, you could see the settings is there, that settings you have to choose, and it gives this provision. Now you could see that in the templates, it is by default mentioned as display recent templates on home screen. This is by default enabled, and for that reason only, on the top, the templates which have been recently used or being displayed on the screen. If you remove this tick mark, you may not get the templates which are recently used on the top row. So you can make your choice whether you want them to be displayed or not to be displayed, right? So now if you are not bothered about the display, whether it is being displayed or not, I am least bothered, then it's fine. You can leave it as such with the default setting itself. Now if you want to create a new Google Forms, or for either purpose, be it for questionnaire purpose, or whether it's the survey purpose, or for conducting even whatever it may be, all that you need to do is select this blank template, right? But of course, on the right, you could see that there are several other things like party invite, t-shirt sign up, like that. So now, depending upon the purpose, like if it is event registration, then all that you need to do is scroll down. Here the template gallery is there. You can scroll down and you could see that registration and all such templates will be there, which you can appropriately choose and proceed to next. Otherwise, you can simply press the blank presentation. The moment you click that, this will be the screen which will be welcoming you. This is a blank presentation, and that's why you could see at the top something like untitled form, which means this form has not been assigned any title, right? So this could be used for a survey, or this could be used for a quiz, this could be used for collective feedbacks, anything for that matter. You can do whatever you want. Right now it is a simple plain form. Okay, so here I have highlighted 3 different areas by circling them or putting squares or whatever it is around them in a highlighted fashion, and they look like some kind of symbols, right? So these symbols are meant for giving you direction to some other purposes, like these are called as icons, or these are called as tools. So if you select these tools, you'll be taken to further steps what you want to do. For instance, on the right side, you could see that there are some tools that are available here. I'll just explain them. After that, I'll explain the rightmost tools that are on the top and the leftmost tool later on. Okay, so the right tools what were available just next to the question, right here you could see that untitled form is there, just below that untitled question is there, and next to this question these tools are available, which means these tools are meant only for the purpose of creation of question or how to do things with the question. That's what these tools are meant for. So you have these 6 options. The first option, plus mark, indicates that you can add a question. So if you select this plus mark on the form, it will add one question in a sequence, one after the other. The more the time you press this plus, more number of questions will be added. So obviously you're going to click one at a time, so that you will assign a value to the question, or you add a question there, and you will either leave the space open, like in the questionnaire, in the customary traditional questionnaire, you call something like open-ended question, which means you ask for a question and leave a space for the respondent to give answers. They can write freely, whatever they feel like they can write freely. Or close-ended question. Close-ended questions are those where you ask a question and then you also give them the predefined set of answers. Only from that they can tick mark. For instance, you are asking to which gender do you belong. So just below you give the available options like male, female, transgender, or do not want to comment or do not want to answer, like that. So 4 choices you give. But if you are asking a question like what is your name, you cannot give the answer, a predefined answer. So that has to be left open-ended, right? So depending upon that, you choose the value for the question and you choose or you leave it open. So once that is done, the next option that is given here is import questions. In which situation you will make use of import questions is that, for instance, you would have seen that in social sciences, when your population is the public, you are interacting with living entities, you discuss with the human population, right? So you ask something called as questions related to their demographic profiles. What is demographic profile is that you try to come out with a picture of who are all your participants. You ask what is your age, what is your gender, what is your home locality, what is your annual income, all such things, right? Almost most of these questions related to the demographic profiles are common in social science survey, right? Most of the time, right? So such being the case, you would have done a survey with a particular population. and you want to repeat different kind of survey among the same set of population, right? For instance, I'm doing the awareness of public welfare schemes among the Pondicherry people. This is a survey that I have conducted. I'm just telling hypothetically. This is a survey I have conducted in the past, right? So wherein I ask which is your home locality, what is your annual income, and all such questions, right? Now I want to do one more survey among the same population, but now it is going to be regarding the political sensitivity among the same population. So the demographic questions, what I have said earlier for the previous survey, holds good for this survey too. Then I can input those questions from the previous online Google form. Of course, how to do that, we will just see later on towards the end of the presentation. The next option is add title and description. Of course, this is covered in step-by-step manner in the forthcoming slides, but let me explain it first, then go on to the practical thing which I have taken screenshots and added in the PPT. Adding title and description is nothing but you are adding a topic to your Google Forms or the survey, and the description is that you are going to explain for what purpose this survey is being conducted. You're giving clarity to the audience or anything that you want to communicate to the audience, because now you are not doing a survey in person. Please understand, this Google Forms, it is going to be online mode, so you are far away from the respondent, and the respondent doesn't have scope to interact with you in a real-time situation, right? So you need to provide at least a paragraph of statement which clarifies them in detail about the purpose, regarding the privacy issues like confidentiality. All such things should be described there, and if needed, you can disclose your personal identity, and then you can provide your contact number, so if anybody wishes to, they can get back to you regarding any queries they have, right? And insert image, most often the next two options, that is insert image or insert video, are the most neglected thing that people do not make use of in the Google Forms online survey question. But what is its purpose? That though not widely it is being used, why it is required or why it is provided, that is right. For instance, if now this is highly being used in the case of psychology, this is highly being used in the case of management, right? So wherein they ask, they put an image and then say what is your perception on the image that has been provided up. In psychological surveys, they put a picture like your drug de-addiction center image, and just below that they give some of the questions and ask what do you think about the above image. Do you find it interesting? Do you find it disturbing? Do you find it stressful? Like that, such kind of questions. So for that purpose, images, it is giving a provision for insertion of image as part of the Google Forms. The same way, provision has been given for inserting a video where a small clip or video can be added, and after watching the video, you can have a set of questions related to the video that has been uploaded. And at last, there is the option that is called as the add section. So what is this add section? Is that like I said, demographic profile, asking details about the participants. That is what is demographic profiles. That is that could be treated as one section, and going into the next section will be the questions related to the core area, what you want to actually understand from the participating population, right? What do you feel about the event? What is your feedback on the event? All such questions, right? Those things will be kept as a separate section, which are really meant to be analyzed, right? That can be added as a next section. You can have multiple number of sections depending upon the purpose and depending upon the nature of questions that you are asking. Okay, and now these options are the ones which are shown at the top right corner. You would have seen that on the top right corner I have put some circle to highlight, that has been dragged here as a screenshot. So the leftmost one is customized theme. Customized theme is very, very simple, and like it's only going to give you a fresh feel. That's all, nothing else beyond that. The customized theme, once you choose, it will give you options for changing the background layout color, right? It can give you a present. So if you don't, for instance, my presentation I have given a kind of green background and green text. So if you're fond of yellow or blue or red, you can change this. That is what is the theme is all about. You can change that. Next one is preview. A small eye color, eye kind of icon is shown there. If you select that, whatever the questions that you have created using the Google form, you can have a preview of it from the perspective of the respondents. How this questionnaire will be displayed on the respondents terminal, that you can have a look at it if you choose this preview icon. If you are making any kind of mistakes while typing or creating a question, or typographical errors happen, or by mistake you have repeated a question, then you can delete it, the particular question, or you can undo the last process. That is what is undo. You can redo the process. And of course the next icon, needless to say, it is self-explanatory, send, right? This option will be used while you want to send the Google form to the respondents, or you want to send it to the other people who want to participate in the event. More options, of course, these three dots, more options are available in all the Google products across. It is available in Firefox, right, Google Chrome, any tool that you are making use of, the three dots. Right, of course I will explain about it in detail on the forthcoming slides. Then at the last is the Google account of the person who is creating this Google form. That will be displayed there. If you choose that, either you can sign out or you can move on to the next, something like that. And these options are on the left top corner. The first one is the forms home. If you select this icon, you'll be taken to the original screen where actually you're seeing the previously used templates and then all this thing, where from you have actually created a fresh form. You'll be taken there. And in the middle you have this display, which is actually the title of the current form. You can select and change the title of the form. Then you have a folder kind of icon. So if you select that, this presently active working form will be moved to your Google Drive. That is your already Google form. The moment you log in and you start creating, it is automatically saved. Please understand, there is no save button. Every time it is automatically saved. Even a single word or statement that you type, it is automatically saved. But even then, if you want to preserve this for a longer period, what you can do is that you can move this to your Google Drive for future preservation. And you have something called as star. So if you select the star, it is like marking something as very important. So you would have seen that in your Gmail account, once you open your Gmail, there are 300 or 400 mails. So out of that, no, you would have marked the certain mails as very important. You want to read it later, or you've read and it's more interested. You want to recall the mail later on, like that. So you may not be able to recall where from I have received the mail, but if you're interested, you can sort the mails according to the star mark. So the same way these files can be star marked. So later on you can simply retrieve them. That's why the star mark is. Okay, now having understood the different tools or icons that are present in the home screen, right, let's move on to the creation of the Google form, means creation of a questionnaire or whatever it is using the Google form. Now you could see that here the fresh Google form is untitled form, right? So here on the top I have put one red arrow, and as well as on the right I have put one red arrow. This option T, as I explained earlier in the previous slide, this T symbol stands for assigning a title and then providing a description. And here also you have a title and form description. There is a small difference between these two. Here at the top, this untitled form and arrow mark is going to be about the name of the survey, or the title of the survey, or title of the event, or whatever it is, right? So here you have to click directly in this place itself. In the untitled form, you have to click, and then you can type and assign the title for the form. Just below that form description, you have to type and explain for what purpose this event or survey is being conducted in a paragraph statement. Whereas on the right, next to the T, I have put arrow mark. So if you click this T, this will basically add a title to the question. So here you could see that untitled question is there. So this question, you want to add a value. Two ways you can do that. Either you click here in the untitled question directly, or you can click the T button on the right. So it will give you permission to add a description or add a title. Now this form is untitled, and now we have added a title to the form, and we have added a description. So I have added the title for this survey as awareness and use of Google Forms in research by academics. So that is the title of the form or the title of the survey what I am now planning for. So I need to give a description for this survey. Like I said, this is going to happen in the virtual way through the online mode. So I have to explain the participants what for this survey is being conducted. So I just give the description here that this online survey intends to collect data on the level of awareness on Google Forms and its usage in research works by academics. And this is the statement or purpose for which I am doing this survey. Now I need to give assurance and clarity to the audience that regarding the confidentiality. So I said the data collected will be used only for research publication and respondents' individual details will be kept confidential. This kind of assurance should always be incorporated in the description, be it in the online mode or offline mode, right? Because ethical issues, right? You need to give clarity, and you have to also say that this participation in survey is purely voluntary in nature, no compulsion. If they are not interested, they need not fill up the form. They can return the unfilled form to you. But here, being an online thing, they need not participate. They can simply reject, even though they had been invited. You have invited them through different means. Now, okay. So now you have to give a clarity here in the description. Then after that, clarity was provided. No, like I said, the preview thing, you can choose a change color or something like that if you want. Otherwise, you can just go simply have a look at this. So this is how uh, no, the users will see. If at all you're going to share this at this stage, this is how the users will see. So they will see in the previous screen. Actually, here you will have some of the icons being displayed, but at the user end there will be no icon on the right or at the top or at the left. Only the values what they need to fill up will be there, and then there will be a submit button. So they need to fill up the respective values, whichever they feel is applicable or right, they can do that, and then they can submit. Okay. So now the next thing is that at this stage or at later stage, at any stage this can be done. Not only at this stage, at any stage you feel there is a necessity, you can do this. That is on the right top corner, like I said, 3 dots are there, which gives you provision for more options. You select that more options, and the more options, there are several things are being displayed. Like pull down menu, it expands. It says make a copy, move to trash, create pre-filled ink, and all the things. So make a copy is duplicating this file. Like I said, no, you are going to do one more survey which is going to be more similar to this, and you may have to change a little bit of it, like the questions may be changed or some variables need to be changed. So it is duplicating the file, and you can make a little bit of corrections. That's what, in that purpose, you can make a copy of it. Move to trash is delete this entire form, right? That's what. And get pre-filled link is you can create a link for this, and then with the predefined set of answers, and you can do that. Printing is if you want to create a hard copy. Add collaborators. This add collaborators is if you want to have opinion of somebody, no, with whom either you want to have a co-authorship in the research, or you want to have a second opinion from an expert, like do you think this question is appropriate in this stage, or does the sequence need to be altered? You can this collaborator could be your guide, or if you are guide, this collaborator could be your student, or no, your team members. Like you are a faculty, you want to interact with other faculty. So that is what is a collaborator. You can do that. The script editor, if you choose this add collaborator, actually you will be taken to a screen where you will be given provision to add the ID, no, and it can be only Gmail ID, because only those people having a Gmail account or Google account will be authorized to access this, and they can change, right? And their name need to be added here. Automatically it will be recognized, and you can add a description with a message. You can send an invite to them, and they will be added as a collaborator. And you have something called a script editor and add-ons. The script editor is it is having Java scripts here. The JavaScripts defined codes are there. Using that, you can integrate this Google form with other Google products. No, like this is widely being used in the corporate sectors, where they try to manage or incorporate these Google Forms as part of the email, or no, integrated services of email and Google Forms on the Google surveys. Everything they can integrate with one another. For the script editors are being used. And then you have something called as add-ons. If you select this add-ons, you will be taken to a library of add-ons. There is very large number of small apps and add-ons that are available in the Google Workspace thing. So you can choose any of these products which goes along with the Google Forms, like it is given clearly here, works with forms, right? All of them are working with forms, but depending upon the purpose for which you are looking for a special add-on, you need to read what does the description says here for each of these add-ons, and accordingly you can make a choice and then select and install. That will be added to the Google Forms and you can start working with it, right? We'll discuss about this towards the end of the presentation. Right now, how to create or the purpose of creating questions. But before that, you need to know, this is what I said in the introduction, that you need to know the purpose or the different types of questions that are available in the Google Form, because we have assigned a title to the Google Form and we have given a description, and at the bottom there is an untitled question is there, but just next to that there will be a pull down menu. If I select the pull down menu, it expands to this way, like so many options are provided. So you would have thought that simply asking question will do that. No more, we can do a survey or whatever it is, but in fact, depending upon the purpose or the scope, you can choose from all of these options. Let me explain these options. The different type of options or types of questions that are being given in Google Forms are short answers, paragraphs, like that. The options are given in red text. So short answer usually are to be chosen when you are going to ask, for instance, example like name of the person who is participating, that is the respondent, name of the respondent, or it could be a short opinion. For instance, you are asking a question, how do you feel about no this event? Then they can say, no, I am very much delighted to have participated in this event, or they say, no, I am very much fascinated to look forward to such kind of events in the future, something like that. No, so where they are given a scope to write one sentence or two or three sentences. So maximum few characters will be displayed on the screen, rest of the characters will be hidden behind, and there is a scope. Now you can expand that provision, how many characters can be accommodated, but on display only a small like 60 or 80 characters can be displayed. That's why it's called as short answer. And here no, either you can give scope for writing the name or short opinion or their designation, institution they are affiliated with, something like that, right? Where this is chosen when the open-ended questions, wherever you are having or planning to have a open-ended question where they can write what they feel like, right? For that you can choose this short answer. The next one is paragraph. If you want to have the question for which the expected answer from the audience is going to be a longer answer, right? Or like something like a paragraph where they can write the opinion in detail, right? Then you can choose this option, because of course, whatever the type of question you're going to choose, you can have your question written there. For writing the question, it gives you scope, like you can write a question which is long, a longer sentence which is 2 lines, 3 lines, like that. But if you're not choosing the right option of answer at the right side, then the audience will be having trouble in giving answer. That's why you should have a clarity on this aspect. So if you're looking for a lengthier comment or a longer opinion, then you need to choose the option like paragraph. And you have an option for getting answered in a multiple choice pattern, and you need to choose this multiple choice pattern next after your question. And here we say these multiple choice questions, you would have seen that in examinations where several options are given, but out of that you can choose only one as an answer, right? You ask a question, let's say A, B, C, D, 4 options are given. Competitive examinations, you would have seen that MCQ type, and especially in COVID time, you would have seen that MCQ type questions are asked using Google, Google Forms or any other platform which the institutions are making use of. So a question and then 4 choices or 8 choices or 10 choices are given. One choice only can be ticked. That is what is multiple choice. On contrary, next one is check boxes. This will look like the multiple choice only, wherein there is a question and next to that question there may be multiple choices are there, but here more than one choice can be chosen. That is what's the difference between multiple choice and check boxes. For instance, in multiple choice, I'm asking the question, right? For instance, kindly no kindly specify your gender, right? Kindly specify your gender, and then the options are given like male, female, transgender, something like that. Obviously, one can choose only one option, right? So here it is called as multiple choice. The next question in the checkbox, probably I can ask, what are all the devices that you make use of in accessing internet? Right, what are the devices that you make use of in accessing internet? So there I'm giving the choices like smartphone, then I say desktop, laptop, and then I say smart TV, right? So now one individual may be using laptop as well as smartphone, or smartphone as well as desktop, something like that, right? More than one device they may be making use of in accessing your the service, the internet. So then they should be given provision to choose more than one answer. In such case, the check boxes is the right option which need to be chosen, right? Then comes the next option, that is the drop down. So drop down thing is that when you know the set of possible answers, and then the number of answers are numerous, right? It is not limited to say 3 or 5. For instance, if you are asking about the gender, the number of genders are very much limited to. But when you're talking about in a larger established institution like a university, you're talking about the number of departments. The number of departments may be 20 or 25 or 30, right? So if you're giving the scope for the audience to answer it by making it open, no open-ended question, the way of expression could be different. Somebody write a department of physics, somebody will write simply physics. Then consolidation and no analyzing becomes very much difficult, right? In the online platform, in the Google form, what will happen, the number of respondents no after the results are consolidated, each one will look like a separate element. So it is better to give them the predefined regulated number of entities that in a specific manner. So for that, drop down is the best option. So here you can give the number, all the predefined set of departments, like 20 departments are there, you just give all the 20 departments. So they can simply click the drop down menu button. All the departments will be displayed in the sequence that you have provided. Preferably it should be in alphabetical sequence, and they can easily choose it. Then comes the linear scale type of question, where actually you give this kind of choice against your question, where actually opinions are gathered. So how would you rate the event? Now, on a 5-point scale, how would you rate the event ICSSR workshop conducted by MEM College? Then you say good, bad, average, excellent, no, like that. So you will have a smiley face. Nowadays you would have seen that no smiley face, angry face, you are not satisfied with it. No, those kind of questions are called as linear scale. Either you can provide the descriptions, or you can provide a smileys, whatsoever it is. And then you have multiple choice grid. The multiple choice grid is again multiple choice. Wherever the word multiple choice comes, which means the choices provided are multiple, but out of that you can choose only one. Please understand, the word says multiple choice, which means the choices given are multiple, but out of that you can choose only one as an option. The same way, a checkbox grid, you can have multiple choice and you can choose multiple answers per row, right? Here the multiple choice grid is that the question is given and then the answers are given in a linear fashion, like a 5-point scale. You would have heard about Likert scale. On a 5-point scale, 3-point scale, 7-point scale, there are so many scales are available, like satisfaction or frequency of visit, right? And then level of agreement, I strongly agree, disagree, somewhat agree, cannot say, like that. No statements from negative to positive or reverse positive to negative. So you should say what you're following, and it should be consistently followed across the questionnaire. If you're following negative to positive scale, it should be consistently adapted throughout the survey, or positive to negative, it should be consistently adapted throughout the scale, and then the rating should be explained clearly. Okay. And the multiple choice grid, you have set of questions on the left, and then the answers are provided on the right, and you can choose only one answer per row in a multiple choice grid. In a checkbox grid also looks the same way. Questions are on the left, answers are on the right, like 5 answers or 5 choices, but here multiple answers can be chosen per row. What is the difference between say checkbox or checkbox grid, or multiple choice grid? no, because almost it looks the same way. But why a single entity like multiple choice? And then one more thing, like multiple choice grid is required, right? For instance, if you are visiting a restaurant, right? If you are visiting a restaurant, especially during this COVID period, right? You would have seen that a lot of restrictions are there, restaurants are closed, and now they gradually started reopening the restaurants, right? So they want to do a survey, why people are visiting more of our restaurants, or why people are not visiting our restaurants more. So they want to do a survey so that they can improvise on the services being offered. So if they are do you like the kind of foods that are being delivered through our restaurants? How would you rate the quality of food or taste of food? That is a question. So for that, they can have only one question, and then like they can have multiple choice that can be done, right? So if they are going to ask a question where it is going to be about the cleanliness of the restaurant, right? So now they can have multiple questions related to the cleanliness, right? So the first question speaks about how do you rate the cleanliness of the restaurant tables, right? On a 5-point scale: good, average, bad, something like that, right? So the next question will be, how would you rate the cleanliness of the no attendants or servers? Then the third thing they can say, how would you rate the cleanliness of the plates, or the eateries, or the spoons, the cutleries, and all these things. They can ask questions, right? Like this, they are talking about the hygiene or the cleanliness of the restaurant at every dimension. So each of these questions, when they consolidate, it gives an overall opinion about the cleanliness of the restaurant. So they have multiple sub questions, which is going to give a provision for them to assess the holistic cleanliness or hygiene of the restaurant. So in such a case, they have to use the grid as an option: multiple choice grid or checkbox grid. The next thing is going to be the option date, where actually they can ask a question related to something like, what is the date of birth, or when do you want the class to be scheduled? You are conducting a survey or an opinion among the students. No, you are going to conduct an event and asking for opinion from the students. Which no probable date? No, you're giving them the choice, like, I want to conduct an event in the last week of April or second week of April, like that. Kindly give your choice. Or you are asking for an appointment through an online mode with somebody. You can have no experts. For instance, Ramasamy sir is conducting this a 2-day event, but no, you would have seen that no, it's not that much simple. Even to conduct a 1-day event, he has to identify the resource person, take prior appointment from them, right? And then no, discuss with the other resource persons to see that there is no clash in their choices of dates. Sometimes no, two people will ask for the same date and same then he has to do a negotiation, or no, a friendly informal discussion among them and try to sort it out, right? So now organizing an event for 1 day is very troublesome. Then you can see, if you're going to conduct an event for 7 days, programs like refresher course and all these things, no, orientation, 14 days, 21 days, like that. So those many sessions as we assign, those many resource persons has to be called for. So you can formulate your the kind of no questionnaire or no registration, and you can send to all the intended or most probable no knowledgeable resource persons, and where you can ask, what would you like to deliver in this conference or no refresher course, and which is the no, most preferable date for you, when you are free, when is you can give a lecture, like that. So when this is collected, it is easy for the organizer to see whether there are any clashes, and you can give probably 2-3 choices also. And the date need not be only one question. You can give multiple choices in the date also. That is possible. The same way you can ask for a preferred time. Right now, having said these, the different types of choices that are available in the question, having understood for what purpose these kind of questions can be asked, I will just go on to the next step, that is creation of the questions. Now, by default, in your Google form, all questions will have the choice, that is a multiple choice, as a default option. But like you could see that here, multiple choice is being shown, but just next to that there is a downward triangular arrow, which means that you can pull down that menu and change the choice, right? Now you can either select this plus mark here, the right again, just to its right I have put that arrow mark, or you can directly go to this untitled question, click there, and add a title to the question. Now we have added the title as name. The moment you try to add a value, please remember, by default the question type or the answer type is by default which is multiple choice. But then the moment you start typing the question, it will change to short answer, right? Of course, whether you want a short answer here or you want some other type of answer, you can change. Since the question that you have asked here is name, there is a name of a participant. I feel it is appropriate for the short answer to be written here. Hence, the short answer will be written as such. So, and this is how it will look like. The preview also will look the same way, right? Then you can go to this multiple choice. The next question I add, where I ask the question, program currently you are enrolled in, means what is your status, whether you are a 2-year PG student, you are a 5-year integrated student, you are a PhD scholar, something like that, right? So you are giving them the options, like more than 2 or 3 options are given, and they can choose to which course they really belong to, whether they are a PG scholar, integrated UG student, or PhD student. So this is what is called as a multiple choice. So you need to choose what kind of answer you are expecting from them, or what kind of provision you are going to give. So accordingly you choose this as multiple choice, because now I cannot be present in 2 different programs parallelly. I cannot be a PG student also, I cannot be a PhD scholar also, or vice versa. I cannot be a integrated student, I cannot be a 2-year PG student as well, right? So they can choose only one option. So accordingly I choose the answering option as multiple choice. And the next question I'm asking, to which of the following schools you are affiliated with. Now this is what I say, like drop down menu, because you could see that the number of schools or the number of departments in a university could be 20 or 25 or 30, whatever you may say. So as you keep adding more and more answers, the screen size becomes too long, and no, people may not have that much of patience to go through all the options, no, to look for, or sometimes oversight, they may be choosing a wrong choice. So when the answers are predefined and the answers are more than 3, it is better to use a drop down option, right? So what you can do is that one by one you can add these values, automatically it will start assigning the numbers. And no, this can happen only when you choose this drop down as an option. You can add more values. Of course, you can add more number of options in other models as well, but no, all of them will be displayed on screen. When you do not want all the answers to be displayed on screen, but they can make a choice by pulling down the drop down menu and choosing the options. Then this is how it will look. The question will be the red color area, what has been added, there is a question, and the choice they will select, it will come like a pull down menu. They can scroll and then choose the appropriate thing. Here you can give it in an alphabetical sequence, or they can simply type the respective answer and it will be highlighted automatically. From there they can choose the answer. Okay, now similarly, if you have predefined set of answers for some other question, right? Now the next question I'm going to ask is that to which state you belong to, right? So instead of typing no, one after the other the options, what you can do is that you can maintain a master file. You can add all the possible answers, like the name of the departments in that particular university, or the various states of India. You can type in an Excel file, and from here you can simply copy and paste, right? You can have the list of states in an Excel file, copy them, and inside the answer option in the drop down menu can be chosen, and in the very first answer column you can put the cursor and then paste. So it goes in a linear fashion, and automatically everything is taken care of, so that you can avoid the time delay, and you can make sure there are no spelling mistakes, right? This can happen. And so now you could see that up to this, whatever the questions that have been asked are relating to the profile of the participating members or respondents. We have asked what is their name, to which program they are enrolled in, they are from which department or school, and they are from which state, to which state or union territory they belong. So this is giving me an idea about who they are, what is their background. Because some of these you need to know in order to do a statistical analysis. For that purpose, we are collecting these details, which are called as demographic variables. Once you have finished the demographic profiling or the questions related to demographic profilings are completed, then you move on to the core session or core section. So for that, you need to do is that at the last question, please understand here, no, you have to put the cursor somewhere. So I have put the cursor somewhere around the Uttar Pradesh. Here, West Bengal, Uttarakhand, Tripura, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, all of them are answers, probable answers. Please understand, this is not question. These are all the probable answers. So what is the question here? The question is, to which state or union territory you belong to? That is the question. So now in this question, to which state or union territory you belong to, there I click my cursor in any of the places, right? Then I have to choose on the right side the double no, something like a equal to symbol that I need to choose in order to add a section just below this. So your cursor has to be no, kept active in the question, after which you actually basically want the next section to be added. So I'm keeping it in the last question, and then I press this equal to symbol on the right, which is adding a new section, and you could see that one section has been added. Now you could see that just after the question, to which state or union territory you belong to, which had maximum number of options, that is 36. After that, a new section has been added, and again this section is untitled, so you can select, click there and add your title to this. Here you say awareness and use of Google Forms, or you can type like satisfaction on the kind of foods being served, or you can say cleanliness, satisfaction on the cleanliness of the restaurants, like that, depending upon the purpose, what your core purpose of this survey, you can add those details, give a description here. Of course, it is having a title, it is having a description, but this title or description is different from the main form. This is going to be inside the survey. This is going to be inside the survey, but the first title what you assigned is what is going to be visible for the users even before they start participating inside the survey, even before they start opening your Google form. That is why what is going to be displayed in the link that you have shared, that is what is going to be displayed in the email that you have shared. So that is going to be more appealing, that is going to be more no, inviting one. So that should be more self-explanatory. But this caption or title what you're giving here is going to give you clarity in the simplest way what all the following questions are going to be on, right? So it is explanatory for you as well as for the participants what section they are going to be making an entry into. Okay, so now here we will move on to the next type of question, that is, like I said, the linear scale. The linear scale, here I'm adding the question, how would you rate your knowledge about Google Forms on a 5-point scale? So where it gives the provision for 1 to 5 rating, so you can have either way. So 1 is ignorant, 5 is expert, or you can have it on the vice versa. Preferably it is lesser to greater. 1 to 5 means lesser to greater, so lesser shall be negative and the greater value shall be the positive one. Of course, people also do it on the reverse. There is no hard and fast rule, you can have your own choices, but like I said, it should be consistently followed across throughout the survey. You cannot have in one place negative to positive and the second one like positive to negative. That will have a lot of problem in the analysis stage. Then you have a question for which I feel that multiple choice grid will be the right option. So here I ask a question, how frequently you have made use of Google Forms for the following purposes, right? So participation in online survey, so you give the options here: never, rarely, occasionally, often, frequently, like this 5 statements regarding the frequency of participation in making use of the Google Forms. For the purpose of participation in online survey is one question. For the purpose of participation in online quiz, online registration through Google Forms, submission of online feedbacks, participation in online examinations. For all these 5 purposes, somebody is making use of Google Forms where the frequency may differ from one purpose to another purpose. So that's why it is called as multiple choice grid. So you could see that this is how it is going to be displayed at the user end. So you could see that the questions are displayed on the question is there, and then no, the question in specific is displayed on the left side in the column, and multiple choice is given on the right top, and the multiple choice grid is given here. So here the multiple choice questions are always provided in a circular fashion, where you can choose only one option or only one answer per row. Please understand what is being displayed in a circular fashion. You can choose only one choice or answer per row. That is what is multiple choice, right? And this is check box grid. So here the questions are given on the left. These the subsections or subdivisions of the questions are given on the left, and then the options are given on the right, and this is called as check box grid. So you could see that the options are given in boxes. So here they can choose more than one choice or answer per row. That is why it is called as check box. The circular one gives you provision, that is multiple choice. The circular one, it gives you provision for choosing only one per row. The checkbox gives you provision for having more than one choice per row, right? So now the next option is date. You can provide a question, and here the question is that if you want to have a hands-on training session on Google Forms, kindly specify a convenient date in the last week of March. So this is the question, and obviously if you start giving them open-ended way, like a short answer, right? So if you're giving the scope for short answer, what will happen? Somebody will say they will type the value like 1503 2022. Somebody will say 15/3/22. You know the different date patterns that are being followed globally. And I can say 03/15, third month 15th day. So that leads to a lot of confusion. Again, somebody may spell it out like 15th then space March 2022. I hope you understand, right? So wherever it's possible, no, in the case of date, that's why no, they have thoughtfully created this option. They have given the calendar as an option there itself. So if you are talking about a date, no, the right way of expression is a choice you should choose is the date itself, so that the calendar will be displayed in the, while they are going to answer, the calendar will be displayed there, electronic calendar, there they can choose the appropriate date. Okay, the same way after the date you can also ask for a convenient timing slot. So here the clock will be displayed, and there they can choose the option, right? So now you can see that this is how the date preview will look like. So they can choose the date from the calendar, right? And insert image, right? Insert image option is there on the right. So the insert image, like I said, not many people, like psychology or management, they extensively make use of, right? But at the end of the survey, after all, the participants are the lots. They are the people who are actually contributing to your research. Without them, you cannot be awarded a doctorate, especially in social science. Not only you should be thankful to your guide, the institution which has given you PhD admission. You should be always thankful to each and every member of the society who are your participants. They have given their valuable input. So you can insert the image, and you can browse for the image, and you can add the image like thank you. This you should be thankful to them, so you can add such kind of images at the end of the online survey. Because in person, when you're giving a questionnaire and collecting the feedback, while collecting the feedback you will acknowledge their contribution. So here you have to be visual. You can add this image at the last, which will be pleasing. And to add that image, there are several options. You can upload directly from camera, from your hard drive, from your Google Drive, right? Or you can directly run a search from the Google image search engine, and you can add. Of course, please understand, you should not go for too larger image, right? Or it will be consuming a lot of space. So try to make simplest images, more pleasing images, right? Then now that the questionnaire construction has been completed, like you have started with introduction of the questionnaire with the title, you have given a description for the questionnaire, survey questionnaire, you have added different type of questions, and you have chosen the right appropriate options for answers for the particular type of question, right? Now after having completed, what you're going to do is that you need to share it with people, isn't it? Because this is meant for online purpose. You need to conduct the survey, and it need to be shared on the online. For that, what should be the next step is that you need to go to the settings just above the template questions. You will have these options. Questions is there, that is what you were on earlier. Then you have the responses, then you have the settings. The responses will be nil till you go to the settings and share it. So that's why I'm going to the settings at first. The moment you choose these settings, you will have these options like settings, make this quiz, responses, presentation. If you want to make this as a quiz, you can select here as make this quiz. That will give you the further options, or you can expand the settings option by using the downward arrow. It will give how the responses can be collected or protected. Then if you want to select the way the survey questionnaire or Google form is going to be displayed, then you need to choose the presentation choices, right? So now you select these responses. So once you select the responses, it gets expanded, and here it says collect email addresses, which either you can disable or enable. If you enable, that circle becomes brighter. If you disable, on the left you click, it becomes grayscale, and which means that is not mandatory. Collect email addresses, right? So it becomes active. Please understand, in Google Forms, when I am creating a Google form using my personal email ID, that is mleeladharan@gmail.com, by using my personal email ID, right? I can share it with no anybody no who may not even have a Gmail ID. I can send the survey to all, and no people with the Gmail ID, people with Yahoo ID, people with Rediff Mail, or people with Zoho, whatever it is, anybody can participate. But if you enable this option, collect email addresses, it will not only collect their addresses, it makes it mandatory. And especially, when you make the last option, that is limit to one response, right? That creates a problem, because without knowing this, people just select, because it says no request signing. You have to read these no settings very carefully. Often people say that, sir, I have created a survey, I have shared it with my students, but then the students keep complaining that they are not given access, they are not able to fill up the form and all the things. That is probably because the student does not have a Gmail ID. He or she may be having a Rediff ID, or he or she may be having a Yahoo ID. And the moment it insists, you say that limit to one response, where it says requires sign in, right? It says requirements will be required to sign in to Google. Please read that sentence there. It says respondents will be required to sign into Google, which means it is mandatory that all the participants should be having a Gmail ID. So those people who do not have a Gmail account will not be authorized to respond to that survey. So please do not choose this. Limit to one response should not be chosen at all. Only if all your participants are having a Gmail ID, then this should be selected. Otherwise, that should not be enabled. On the other way, when you are creating a survey using your G Suite ID in institutions now, the COVID period, most of the institutions started going for G Suite, and the staff are given with the G Suite ID. So if you are creating a survey and circulating among the member participants who are all members of the same G Suite ID, then it is fine. In that case, it will say, no, do you permit beyond the G Suite ID? That provision will be displayed. Either you disable or enable it according to your requirements, right? Then going to the presentation, the next one, here you can have presentation like show progress bar. Like somebody is filling up the questionnaire section by section. First section may contain 5 questions. Second section may contain 10. Third section, if at all you have, may contain another 5 or 10. Like, so they do not know when the survey, what they are participating in, is going to end. So if you have a progress bar, then at the bottom the progress bar will show that you have completed 40%, you have completed 60%, like that. So they know, okay, I can do it, I'll be able to complete it, and accordingly they can, with patience and sparing some time, they can complete the survey at peace. So if the survey is going to be longer, it's better to give a progress bar. The second one is shuffle the question order. This is often practiced only in the case of quiz. If you have enabled the option like quiz, then you can put it like shuffle question order. Like online examinations, you would have seen that UGC NET examination or any other competitive examination which is happening online. Even when 2 people are attending to the same set of questions, they are made to sit one next to the other, right? When I'm in question number 6, the next person question number 6 will be totally different from mine, right? Both of us are writing on the same examination, say NET on library science or NET on commerce, whatever it is, NET examination. But then the question number 6 for me, and then the next person who is sitting next to me will appear in a totally different order. That is because this shuffle question order is enabled. Okay, like that. Of course, because we are running a little faster. So rest I can you could confirmation message. Your response has been recorded like that. Do you want your message should be sent to them or displayed on screen? The response you can change, edit. Your response has been recorded. That is a ready-made answer provided here. But here also you can add an acknowledgement. Your response has been recorded, and I sincerely appreciate your efforts submitting your response. Like that, you can add a few more statements here, and then show link to submit another response. So you are sharing with a set of people, and no, wherein actually the student may, some of them may not be having access to internet or to home, or they may not be having no access to no a laptop or something like that. So in a laboratory environment, if one person's complete the response, and after completing the the form, if this is enabled, right, there is no show link to submit another response. This will facilitate for the next person to come and sit in the same terminal and go for submission of another response, right? You can make a choice. And then view result summary, this will be mostly disabled, because no results need not be shown to the respondents at the, because it keeps changing, it is dynamic, right? As more and more participants are going to be participating, the results will be always fluctuating. So there is no need to display the results to them at the participating stage. Of course, at the end of the survey, you will have all the respondents' email ID as part of the questionnaire. So you can share, if you are interested, if you're generous, you can share the results with them at a later stage, right? And then disable autosave for all the respondents. No, this is by default, it is enabled, not disabled. That's why I said no, whatever you do is automatically saved in the Google Forms itself. Then you have a default value just below the responses. That is, form defaults are there. Collect email addresses by default. This is disabled. If you want, you can enable it, where it is mandatory. One more field or question is automatically added, which insists that they should provide a email ID, right? And no, make questions required by default, right? Which means all the questions are mandatory. They cannot skip no even one question. All the questions are made mandatory, and these settings can be preserved forever. So you may be creating multiple number of surveys, you may be conducting multiple number of surveys, you may be conducting multiple number of quizzes. Once you say that make questions required by default as mandatory here, you can apply these changes for all number of things that you're going to do with the different Google Forms, right? So now that you could see that we have created a questionnaire, and now we could see that there are no responses, 0 responses, because we have not shared this Google form yet with anyone. It has only been created. We have understood the settings part of this questionnaire. So as of now, there are no responses. Now what you need to do is that we need to collect responses. So for that, we need to send or share this online Google form with others, right? So you just choose the send button at the top. It gives you this pop-up screen. Here there is provision for sending via email. If you're going to send it for one or multiple people, you can add their individual email IDs here. For this, you need to know the people with whom you are sharing. So you need to have their email IDs. You can type and then proceed, right? Or the next option, this is the best option, you can choose the link. Of course, the link is going to be very long in nature. So if you enable the shortened URL, right, this longer link will be shrinked, and then you will get a somewhat a short URL that can be pasted, copied and pasted in your WhatsApp group, or in your Facebook, or in your Gmail forums, anything like that, right? By any software mechanism, you can just share by any electronic means. You can share these and get the data. The people will be participating in, sorry, one second. Kriti, Nitish, phone, they are not courier. Sorry, extremely sorry for this. Now this shortened URL can be taken and then shared through different means. Like I said, could be through social media or through the email forums. It can be shared, and whoever has the link will be permitted to participate, provided in the settings also you have enabled that this is not restricted only to the Gmail accounts. So the respondents who is not having Gmail, they also will be able to participate in the survey, right? Now collecting responses happens at the background. So now as people started participating, what of the number of now I'm showing you on the screen that there are 3 responses that are received, and the profiling, that is demographic variables, are displayed here in a graphical representation. Out of the 3 respondents, now 1 is a male and 2 is a female. The percentages are displayed here, right, in a very good thing. And on the right top you can see the copy. So this graph can be copied, this picture can be copied, and you can transfer this to your Word file where you're going to prepare the article on the survey, where what you're intending to submit to either as a presentation in the classroom in the PPT, or you want to submit it to a journal article, right? You can simply copy this ready-made graphical presentation, and this is the graphical presentation for the grid options, right? The grid options are displayed here. Then you can see that wherever it is on a 5-point scale and other things, or more number of respondents, there is a spike always, right? And then you could see that regarding the choice for the date, there are 2 respondents who have asked for 28th as a preferred date. 1 respondent has asked for 29th as a preferred date, and 2 respondents has asked for 10 a.m. as a preferred time. 1 has asked for 2. Like this, when you consolidate from multiple respondents, right, you can see that you can make a choice. You can go by vote. This kind of voting, you can see that maximum number of respondents has asked for a particular date, which they prefer as a choice for conducting an event and time. Then accordingly you can make a decision, right? So now the graphical presentation has been ready-madely given by the Google form itself. But when you need to interpret, when you need to do some statistical analysis, when you want to quantify or interpret in a tabular form, right, as percentages, then you need to export these responses. Of course, there is a provision here. You need to go to the responses and then download responses as CSV, right, comma separated variable. These can be downloaded as a CSV file, which you can take it to your Excel, open in Excel file, and later on you can take it to SPSS. Of course, all will be appearing like this. Whatever the variable or options that you have given in the screen, exactly those texts or those numerical value would be provided here. No, if you want to do some kind of statistical analysis, these need to be transferred again to SPSS, or here itself you can replace the variables with appropriate values, numerical values, quantify them, and then you can do the analysis. Of course, if you want to conduct a quiz, right, if you want to conduct a quiz, like I said, already you have seen the option, make this as a quiz was an option in the settings which was disabled. So what you can do is that you can enable that option, like make this as a quiz. Then once you do that option, you will also get the sub options, like immediately after that submission, the grades can be released. Grades means what are the scores secured by the individual respondents, that can be done. Whether you want such kind of display of thing immediately or later on, accordingly you can either choose or disable that option. And respondents shall be informed about the missed questions, because it is going on a random fashion, so they may not choose code question, which questions are answered incorrectly. Like, no, you make a call on it, right, whether to disable or enable. Accordingly you can choose. But in a quiz, when you say a survey is something different, a quiz is something different, right? Survey, I can do it at my own pace. Now I can do it, either I can finish a survey in 5 minutes, or I can finish a survey in say 15 minutes or 20 minutes. No, I can be slow. But when it comes to quiz, especially a quiz that is you're conducting your online examination, which is constructed like a quiz in the COVID time period, right? So you need to have a specific time period. Otherwise, what will happen is that people will know what is the right answer, wrong answer, and they will caution the other participant. I chose this as an option, that was wrong. So you need to say that no, the correct answer need not be displayed. The respondents can see correct answers after grades are released. That after the grades are released, but before that need not be shown, right? So you make a choice on this, and you can set a timing. There is a necessity here to set a timing for answering. If you are giving 30 questions, then you set the timer like only 30 minutes. The examination shall happen for only 30 minutes. Beyond the 30 minutes, there should be no provision for them to submit the answer, right? So for that, you need to go to these on the right settings. You need to choose these more options, and you need to choose the add-ons. In the add-ons, you have to, like I said, there will be a library, a big library where there are multiple add-ons are available. So from there you see, are there any add-ons? Now apart from this tab or this browsing screen, you can open one more tab and search for the different add-ons that are available for Google Forms. Then what is the add-ons that is available for setting a timer. Then not only this product, you may have multiple products which are approved by the Google Incorporation, along with the users reviews. And then like here you could see that the user review is 4.5, right? So these many downloads and all these things. Based on these factors, you make a choice whether this app is good or some other app is good, or this add-on is good or the next add-on is good. Accordingly, then you can go for the installation. Again, I would like to caution you here, no, I have not installed these products so that I can come out with a display pattern and then show it to you, right? Sorry for that, I have not done that. Why I have not done that, I'm trying to tell you. And of course, you also, when you make your choice, you should be very cautious. Please, these add-ons, right? These add-ons, what are you going to add to the Google Forms? They ask, like, in an Android device, you go for an app, you try to install your app, then it says for this ad, it needs access to your call records, your message, your photo gallery, your camera, your voice call, like that, right? So then you think twice, do I really need this? Do I need to install, right? Because your personal device, that's what you call your personal device, you are literally giving you all your personal data to somebody else, right? So now the most preferred thing is that when you want to experiment with these kind of things, try to create a Gmail ID which is fresh, with which none of your bank accounts, with which none of your personal emails are connected. For instance, my personal email ID is mleelaran@gmail.com. Of course, it is free. All your Gmail IDs are free. Now, what I can do is that for experimentation purpose, I can create one more Gmail ID for free, wherein I do not maintain any communication, no banking transactions are stored in that, right? In that, I can add this timer. So when it is going to ask, can I access your contacts? Yes. Without any second thought, I can say yes. It is going to say that I can access your Google Drive. Of course, no data or not much data is going to be there. I can say yes. It is going to ask, can I take all the data from your Google Forms? Of course, I can say yes. I hope you understand. So any add-on for that matter, they are accessing for certain purpose. They need to access your Google Form data. Then only from the data they can create your graphical display and give you an output. Only from that data they can come out with a formulation. Only with that data they can go for coding like that. Of course, you need that facility, but not at the cost of compromising with your personal data, right? So you make a choice, you create a fresh ID and then start doing this. So this timer can be set for conducting the quiz or other online examinations. Then you have something called as a Survey Monkey. This again, it insists on getting access to all your Gmail communications, your Google Drive, and all such things. And you have one more thing which is called as Certify Them. Of course, nowadays most of the not all of them, most of them, like smart ones, right? So smart organizers like our sir Ramasamy sir. Now, of course, he is inspiration for me. He is a resource person where I have shared several occasions. I have shared dias with him. I have shared, and I have listened to, as a participant, I have listened to his lectures. He is very hardworking and inspirational person. He is always a person who is ready to learn. So hopefully he is utilizing this in creating a certificate for you people, the participants. And people again, they come and ask, sir, in your event you have issued an online certificate, very easy for us to get the certificates. So how to go about? I do want to do this creation of online certificate for my event, right? Everything is free. When Ramasamy sir is able to do, of course you can take the help of people who have already experimented, who have done that. It's good to know from experts, but nothing is very hard to learn. You also can try, but like I said, only caution, I'm just cautioning you, do not use your personal. So what you can do is that you can create a separate email ID for the event, like ICSSR2day@gmail.com or MVM ICSSR workshop@gmail.com, like that. Only exclusively for this event, create an email ID collect the details, and then you can add the Certify-M add-on to that login credentials, and you can create the online certificate for the participants using these provisions. Yeah, with this I have finished my presentation. So now I hope I can receive questions. If any clarities are required, I'll be happy to answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your very beautiful presentation, actually. Because I was about to remind you, but you timely ended the presentation, actually. It was very elaborate and beautiful and exemplary presentation on Google Forms for research. You covered each and everything, A to Z of Google Forms. What can be done, what cannot be done in Google Forms for doing your research. Thank you so much for your wonderful and valuable time, sir. And I request the participants to raise questions. Please unmute yourself and you can ask questions. At the same time, I request Dr. Ramasamy sir to check the questions if anything has come in the YouTube live streaming as well.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, as on now, there is no question from YouTube live streaming. Anyway, I have just to again once again ask them. If there any question, I'll just come back to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ilalan sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Kindly introduce yourself.
Sir, that was a wonderful presentation, sir. A to Z of preparing using Google Forms, a fantastic session. We are all enjoying, sir. Actually, sir, one of my colleagues asked me a question. Sir, is it possible to set timing for the questions? Within how many minutes a particular question should be answered in Google Form? Because sometimes when we are sending the question to children, sir, they are taking so much of time. Is it possible for us one question should be answered within 2 or 3 minutes? Any such provision is there for Google Form questions, sir?
Sir, to be very frank, I have not experimented by setting, to my knowledge, right? To my knowledge, I may be wrong. No, even from audience, somebody can enlighten me. To my knowledge, there may not be scope for setting timer for each question. For the entire form, there is provision to set no timing. Like I say, I'm ignorant. I have not experimented on that part. So maybe like participants, any one of you, if you have experimented already, because like we are here to share our experiences, have opinions from each other. So if I'm wrong, please kindly enlighten me. So these these add-ons give provision for setting timer for the entire Google form. Because
yes, sir. Even I do have the same answer, sir.
No, because in online examinations,
you could
see that. Yeah, in online examinations, you could see that when
yes,
you use the Google Forms for online examinations, you set them as online quiz, and you are not setting the time. Even beyond the scheduled time, you could see that people keep submitting the answer script, right? It says no, the submission happened delayed by 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, like that. So if you are using this add-on, then it will be very much strict. Like it will not permit people to submit. That is where there is a small difference that happens between the regular thing without an add-on and with an add-on.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Sushma speaking from Hyderabad.
Yes, madam.
Sir, actually, while preparing the questions, and if we use different options like MCQs, short answers, paragraphs, linear scale, etc., will it be possible for us to do the analysis part? Like for every question, do we get the graphs and pie diagrams or something like that? Or should we stick to only one type of question throughout the Google form? Like if we are preparing MCQs, should it be that all the 10 questions should be MCQs, or we can mix and match, and will the analysis be possible?
Madam, by default, for every question, it is coming out with its own predefined way of expression. Like If it is going to be multiple choice question, it is going to build up automatically like a pie diagram only. It is not going to change any other layout. If it is going to be checkbox and other things, or no, the linear scale, then wherever the scales are adapted, the options are given like 5 options are there, or 6 options, or 7 options. On a scaling mechanism, it is going to provide the bar diagram. So for everything, it is going to give the provision. We cannot change the kind of graph. But of course, once you export the data in a CSV format, then from there, if you want to change the way the graph is being constructed, you can change it accordingly. So you cannot say, like I said, no, for only thing you can make a choice is that whether you want the question to be multiple choice, or like I said, no, depending upon the purpose, what kind of answer, only that you can define from your part.
Okay, sir.
I hope
and how to check? Yes, sir, it was clear enough. How to check the graph, sir? Should we go to responses icon and then click there, and we automatically get the graph?
Sorry, madam, could you please be a little louder?
Yeah, sir. How to check the graphs, sir? Like the analysis part. Should we go to the responses section there and then click on that? And for every question, we get the responses, the diagrams?
Madam, once the responses are completed, because in Google Forms, the problem is that once you create your survey, it goes on forever. Like it is always open. So you could always see that in survey, usually in the initial days, there will be a lot of responses. Maybe in a week, you will get like 60 or 80 response. And the second week, the number of responses, the percentage will decline. Only 10 has received, 5 has received. Then there will be saturation point. No more responses are there. But again, if you try to share and try to improvise the responses, again it will be coming. So it is always active, unless and otherwise you close the survey on your own. No, that has to be done manually, right? So now here, what are the responses are received? Once you are satisfied with the number of responses, once you go into the form, in the middle it will show the number of responses. If you select that, by default, all the graphical representation of the responses that has been received will be displayed. For each of the graphical representation, or pie diagram, or bar diagram, whatever it is, on the right there is a copy provision. All that you need to do is that select that copy. The entire image will be copied as a JPG content, and that content you can transfer to your Word file. So that becomes easy for you to do the analysis. And now it will have its own limitations, like it may display only the components, like what does a green color in the pie diagram represents, what is a red color in the pie diagram represents, like it. So if you want to add label to it and other things, no, you may have to do it manually. You can edit using other options, or no, you can reconstruct the graph after you import the data into the CSV. That's what I said. So if you have a change, if you want to change from the usual output to predefined by the Google, you can make the changes accordingly. Of course, with the ready-made template, you have a copy and paste provision.
Okay, sir. Yeah, I understood it, sir. I think lots of hands-on training is also needed for us to learn all these, how to export and how to do the analysis part in SPSS softwares, etc. Yeah, it is a never-ending thing.
I would take the liberty here in saying for stats, our organizing secretary Ramasamy sir is the best resource person. Maybe I would propose here to Ramasamy sir to conduct one such workshop also, if possible.
Sure, sir. Definitely.
For sure, sir. With pleasure, we'll do that on your request. Anything on your request, I'm ready, sir. There are many tools, ma'am. Actually, for data visualization is a separate session. You got both the paid softwares and free softwares, and we used to handle half-a-day session on free online data visualization tools. We need half a day to explore this topic, ma'am. Please invite both of us, madam. We'll come on to the needful, ma'am. No problem.
Sure, sir.
I thank Ponselvi madam for asking this question. Also, I thank Ramasamy sir for accepting the proposal from my side. A humble request, I take the liberty here for to convey to all the participants, because I had been a participant attending to Ramasamy sir's lecture on quantitative techniques. No, the presentation was very much down to earth, in simple language, using the real-time situation. He was making a wonderful presentation, so it will be very much helpful for everybody. So all the participants, if at all sir is going to propose any program on quantitative techniques in the future, it's a humble representation from my side. Please try to utilize that opportunity, participate, and get benefited out of it.
Sure,
Thank you, sir.
definitely.
Thank you so much. Sangalingam, sir, you can.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, if there are no more questions, maybe we can wind up the session.
Sir, can I ask one
Yes,
question?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Maybe the last question. Yeah.
Yeah. Sir, is it possible to jump from one question to another question? Like, if I'm asking that whether you are doing savings. If yes, then you should go to one question. If no, you should go to another question.
Yes, ma'am. That is that is possible. That provision is given where actually jumping mechanism from one to another. In that case, actually, no. If yes, then you say no. Then you can give the provision jump to question number 7 directly. If no means actually you cannot make all the questions as mandatory in that case, right? Because you are giving a choice there. If yes, then only they need to go to the next question. If no, the answer stops there itself. They will not go to the next question. So the option that they are going to, if yes, then only they are going to answer 7th question means the question number 7 is not mandatory for all. So the question number 7, instead of making it mandatory required at the bottom, you should disable that option. And jumping provision is yes, of course, it is there in the form. Of course, I have not displayed in this session, but no, like it's open for all. You can explore. I'm sure because this I have seen. It is there. The provision is there.
Yeah, one more thing, sir.
Yes.
Can it possible that multiple choices? One of the question I came across is, are you a student of this university? I said yes. They asked which course you have been studied. So I did PG and my PhD from the same university. Is it
Okay.
possible to select both options?
No, that's what it depends upon how they have created. If they have created it as a multiple choice question, which means only one answer for the question can be chosen. They have given multiple options, but only one. Provided they have chosen the no checkbox. If they have given the option like checkbox, then this dilemma will not come. So that's why I say no. As a person who is going to design the questionnaire or survey, you should foresee what kind of options the users will likely to have. So if for that particular question, from which institution you have done the educational qualifications, then like you say I have done masters also from the same college, PhD also from the same college, then against that institution you give UG, PG, MPhil and PhD, then it is inappropriate to give the multiple choice as an option. Rather it should be given as checkbox. Right? I hope now as a respondent you have faced a problem. That's because the person who has designed the questionnaire has chosen the wrong option in the answering button. That's why I was discussing in detail about what is the intricacies that are involved in designing a questionnaire. So when you are going to come out with a questionnaire, you should take those precautions.
Sir, one more thing. They mentioned others.
Yes.
If I selected the option of others, then mention the category I am getting a fill in the blank.
Yes.
For example, if I have given some course of BCom, BA, BSc, apart from that, they have given one more option as others. If I click others, I am getting a fill in the blank down to describe what course I am studying. How it is possible?
Ma'am, actually, when you have 5 predefined answers and the 6th answer is going to be others, as a researcher, what I can do is that I can do how many people have responded for the predefined 5 answers and the others. Like I say, 20% have mentioned they are doing BA, 30 has said BSc, BCom, and only 5% have mentioned other. Right? With that, I can finish my discussion. Or among the other, out of the 5 respondents who have mentioned others, 3 said that they have done diploma in fashion technology. 1 has said that they have done a diploma in laboratory technology. Like that, I can elaborate. So if somebody wants to do a detailed analysis out of the open-ended option other, then they may look into the option what you are trying to fill out, which is like an open-ended question. Otherwise, their analysis will limit only to the broader category, that is others. So it's left to the choice of the person, the researcher who has designed the questionnaire, whether to look into the value that you're feeding in the others column.
How to add up that, sir? Because I got only multiple. I tried for this. I got only multiple choices. They're like BAC from BSc. Others also I gave, but I'm not able to read for filling the blank. The person who is adding, clicking on others, they should go for a filling the blank. That I'm not able to get it, sir.
This
maybe excuse me, sir. Sir, sorry for the interruption. Madam, what you can do is that you can give an option something like this. If the answer is others, you can ask them to jump to another question where you can create a question of some short answer type question. You can make them answer it. You can make them jump from that others question to some other question. Otherwise, what you can do is that instead of relying upon Google Form, you please try Microsoft Forms, man. Microsoft Forms is also free. There's got a few features that are better than Google Forms, which I personally experienced. You may try Microsoft Forms also, ma'am. You ask a question or something like multiple same question, the respondent will be permitted to choose more than one answer. So that those kinds of questions are already there in Microsoft Forms. You can try that also, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
So, sir, thank you for the instructions, and I request Ramaswamy sir to please post the other programs of quantitative technique session, the Telegram group
With
in
pleasure,
future.
with pleasure, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Over to Sangarlingam sir to wind up this particular session, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As Dr. Anita has also asked one question, can the Google form can be in bilingual? And I think it can be in bilingual. I think so. And we have come to the end of the session. It's time to propose vote of thanks. I would like to thank the respected principal ma'am and the convener and organizing director, secretary, my dear friend Dr. K. Ramasamy, for having given me the opportunity to chair the session. And I would like to thank Dr. M. Leeladharan, Assistant Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Pondicherry University, who has given us a detailed presentation on Google Forms for research. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable time. And I would like to thank you, sir. Welcome, sir. And I would like to thank the technical director, Dr. S. Arvind, librarian and head, Central Library and Department of Library and Information Science, GT and Arts College, Dindigul. And I would like to thank Rapporteur General, Mrs. K. Anuradha, College Librarian, LRG Government Arts College for Women, Tirupur, and all my dear friends and other participants who have attended this the 2 days seminar, national seminar, and on free online tools for easy and effective, impactful research. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much, Dr. Ramasamy sir, for having given us the opportunity. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Leeladharan sir, thank you so much for this beautiful session, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks for giving the opportunity to do this, sir. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's our pleasure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Let's go over to the valedictory function. I request the MC team, Bavadarani and Hemalada to begin the valedictory ceremony. Bavadarani and Hemalada, please.
Good afternoon, one and all. The Central Library in the Muttaya Government Arts College for Women, Dindigul, heartily welcomes you all to the second day of 2-day national webinar on free online tools for easy, effective, and impactful research.
Gratitude is twofold: love coming to visit us and love running out to greet a welcome guest. Yes, it is a time to welcome everyone present here. It is my pleasure to invite our discerning, discriminating, and dynamic Sir, Dr. R. Sangaralingam, College Librarian, Government Arts College, Kumbakonam, to welcome the gathering.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're audible, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Yes, we had a wonderful 4 sessions from yesterday. And thank you so much, Dr. Ramasamy sir, for having organized this national webinar sponsored by ICSSR New Delhi. And I would like to welcome the principal ma'am, MBM Government Arts College for Women. And I would also like to welcome the convener and organizing secretary, Dr. K. Ramasamy, the dynamic personality who is working as a college librarian in MEM Government Arts College for Women, who has organized this seminar. I would also like to welcome the technical director, the very dynamic Dr. S. Aravind, librarian and head Central Library and Department of Library and Information Science, GTN Arts College, Dindigul. I would also like to welcome Rapporteur General Mrs. K. Anuradha, who is working as a college librarian in LRG, Government Arts College for Women, Tirupur. I would also like to welcome my dear friends Anita, Grace, Kumaresan, and others and participants. And I would also like to welcome Dr. B. Tamilmani, Director, Research and Development and Professor, Department of Cooperation, Gandhigram Rural Institute, Gandhigram, who is going to give a valedictory address on this 2 days national webinar on free online tools for easy, effective and impactful research. And I would also like to welcome the convener and organizing secretary, Dr. K. Ramasamy, who is going to propose vote of thanks for this national webinar. If I have missed anyone, I would like to welcome each and everyone. I would also like to welcome the participant as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome you all.
Thank you so much for your warm welcome address. With pleasure, I cordially invite Mrs. K. Anuradha, Reporter and College Librarian, LRG Government Arts College for Women, Tripur, to present the report of this webinar.
Good afternoon, one and all. It is my immense pleasure to have been invited to act as a Reporter General for this 2 days ICSSR sponsored webinar on free online tools for easy, effective and impactful research, organized by MV Muthaiya Government Arts College, Dindigul. And it's my prime duty to thank the organizing secretary and convener, Dr. K. Ramasamy sir, who has chaired this, conducted this whole webinar in a very successful way. And I would like to thank Principal Ma'am, Dr. Lakshmi Ma'am, for her special guidance and blessing throughout the program. And I would like to thank all the session coordinators who have successfully coordinated each and every session in a very smooth manner. And next, I would like to thank Dr. S. Aravind sir, the technical director of this webinar, college librarian and head Department of Library and Information Science, GTN College of Arts, Dindigul. And I would like to welcome and thank Dr. B. Tamilmani, Director, Research and Development and Professor, Department of Cooperation, Gandhigram Rural Institute, Gandhigram, who has consented to offer the valedictory address. Now I'm going to propose a webinar report. The inaugural session of the webinar, ICSSR sponsored 2-day national webinar on free online tools for easy, effective, impactful research. So started by 10:15 a.m. on 19/3/2022 Saturday, with a silent prayer for the first 3 minutes and followed by a welcome address. And then it was followed by inaugural address in the absence of Principal Ma'am, Dr. G.S. Angelin, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of English, rendered the inaugural address. Next, presidential address was given by Dr. D. Ramani Ma'am, Registrar, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal, and she explained the research process in step-by-step method and how the the topic free online tool has going to be helpful for all the researchers. And next webinar dynamics was explained by Dr. K. Ramasamy sir, the convener and the organizing secretary of this webinar. And next a vote of thanks was proposed, followed by the first session, the first technical session. The coordinator for that session was Dr. M. Grace, college librarian. College librarian, Loganathan Narayanasamy Government College, Pune. The resource person was the guest of honor, Dr. S. Dhanavanthan, Deputy Librarian, Central University of Tiruvarur. And after the formal introduction and sharing of the biodata of the resource person, the topic was focused on online reference management tools. The reference management tools was explained in each and every minute detail. The first, he pointed out the benefits of the online tools, like what are the beneficial aspects, ease of access to access it from any place, any time, etc. And he conferred the research life has become easier for the current scholars and researchers because of ICT. The challenges encountered were listed like unavailability of adequate resources, unintentional plagiarism, and assigning in-text citations, which are difficult for all the researchers, invariably for all the disciplines. The difference between the references and bibliography was listed out. Former styles of references and citations were brought out. Importance of references, purpose of references were also mentioned in a very clear manner. The next subtopic was referencing style. The two broad referencing style indicated by Sir was documentary note system and the parenthetical citation. He also listed the predominantly used referencing styles like APA, Harvard, Chicago, LA, AIP, Vancouver, IEEE, and he also pointed out the referencing style that matches the disciplines. What are all the referencing styles used by different disciplines? The session moved on to next topic with all the main aspects of reference management tools being discussed, like what, why, and how of the references. The common features also were discussed elaborately. The next subtopic was citations. Citation, what is meant by citation, what, why, and how. Right? Why should we give citations? We're all discussed in a very detailed manner. And next, he listed out the number of free online citation tools like Scribber, Cite This For Me, Citeaway, BibMe, and then n number of resources were cited. And these are all the free online reference management tools. Sir also offered a brief comparison of the different citation managers, the problems in using these tools, and disadvantages of online referencing was also elaborated. The next main topic he moved to was the plagiarism. He said that the plagiarism is of a very serious issue for all the scholars and the researchers of this current era. And some of the terms he used to explain the plagiarism was academic dishonesty, wrongful appropriations, or breach of journalist ethics. So such meanings and origins were given for the term plagiarism, along with its relevance for the current scenario. The seriousness of the issue was specified very clearly. He explained what is cyber plagiarism or the digital plagiarism, and he also listed the tips of how to avoid it. Plagiarism detection of the checking tools online available that are free were also listed out, like few the Penster small SEO tools, search engine reports, Black Scan, Paper Rater, Black Tracker, etc. And that was also a very long list. The commercially available tools for flag checking were also named, like Grammarly, Authenticate, Turnitin. And these were the commercially available, and we should pay for a subscription. The plagiarism checker tool for available in University Urkund or the original was also mentioned and described along with its features. With the help of sharing its home page and other web pages, he explained how it works. The level of plagiarism was also thrown light with the percentage of similarities in each level. Level 0, level 1, level 2, and level 3 are the levels available. And the level 0 refers to 10% similarities, level 1 10 to 40, and similarly it goes on. And the level of similarities will decide the penalties for a researcher if he has such similarities with of his report, of his thesis. The second session was started by 12 p.m. The topic was open access e-resources. Resource person, Dr. Senthil Kumaran, Deputy Librarian, Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod. Session coordinator was Dr. K. Kumaresan, sir, College Librarian, Uttarangan Government Arts College, Velur. The session started with the introduction of the session coordinator along with his biodata. And the session coordinator introduced and briefed the profile of the resource person. Dr. Senthil Kumaran, sir, first brought out the objectives of the libraries, the role of the libraries in research, and how it helped the researchers in non-ICT era and its current scenario. The definition of open access and the list of benefits were also explained in detail. E-books, e-journals, thesis, e-databases were all dealt in were all dealt in high detail, and for each and every type of e-books or e-journal, he gave a lot of websites and with resources through which we can access them. For e-books, he said Project Gutenberg and a number of e-resources.
Participants, kindly mute your audio, please.
E-journals, he dealt with CSIR and discare journals, e-databases, EPG Pathashala, Indian Society for Education and Environment, Vidyamitra were all explained in a very clear manner. Next, e-learning resources. E-learning resources like Swayam, MIT Open Course Software, Open Courseware were also given so that the participant will utilize it for accessing their content and utilizing it for their research purpose. The next topic was for online file compression of the online file compression using many online tools. The file compression would be done by zip files, which is brought to limelight, and the procedure to compress the files using free online tools were elaborated. The next online file transfer and the transfer of files, how to do it online, was also elaborated. Online file storage process was also given in a very exclusive manner. And the session concluded with a vote of thanks by the session coordinators of Racing Sir. And today the session 3 started by 10 a.m. with the session coordinator Dr. A. Anita Ma'am, College Librarian, Dharmapuram Jnanambige Government Arts College, and the resource person was Dr. P. Jayaprakash, Associate Professor, Department of Library Information Science, Bharatidasan University. And he discussed about the alert services. Alert services was said to be a wonderful option to utilize the resources available online to do a fruitful research in a time constraint era. We have very limited time. So to overcome such time issues, we can use alert services so that we can concentrate only on the relevant research area. Alert services are for staying alert with the current research in your field or area of research. And sir explained that alert services help to narrow down your search and not gathering all the unnecessary details of other research areas. And it gives alert whenever new research ideas or new articles have been published in your area of research, in the area which you have registered in the alert service. Alert services are of two types, RSS and email. Types of alert services like search alert, journal alerts, citation alert, and library alert were given in explained in very detailed manner. The journal alerts were the table of content alerts and full text alerts. Journal alerts, the table of content will give you only the alert when there is an article related to your area of research in the table of content. Similarly, full text will give you the full text of the article in which it is your area of research is concerned. So similarly, he gave a step-by-step procedure of how to register in the Google Alert. Google Alert was launched in 2003, and it is for the content detection, and it is to send alerts to the users regarding the web pages which contains that may have newspapers, magazines, blogs, etc., which contain the new articles and new news about your area of research. So the Google Alert covers all these web sources. And it was very clear explanation by sir, so that we can follow immediately and utilize that the way of registering in and getting the alert services. Next was the Google Scholar Alert Services. It was also done in a step-by-step approach, so that we can easily do it by ourselves. And Google Scholar alerts were also to get alerts regarding the articles and the journals alone, and not other details like blogs or magazines, which is covered by Google Alerts. This Google Scholar Alert gives you only about the journals and articles. So such a clear way he demonstrated the process of registration for alerts, that he also covered the sage journals, how to create an alert service for that, and how to create alerts in the databases like Scopus. Creation of alerts using RSS feed was also very well explained. Selecting the RSS alert services, copying the URL and pasting it in the URL, pasting the URL in RSS reader, and this helps into getting the alert services in a very refined manner, only regarding the research articles and journals in which we are doing research. So the third session was completed by 11:15 p.m. and there were a number of questions by the participant side, and each and every question was very patiently described by the resource person. And the fourth session started by 11:20. The title for the fourth session was Google Form, and our resource person is Dr. M. Leeladharan sir, Associate Professor, Department of Library Information Science, Pondicherry University. And the session was coordinated by Dr. S. Sankaringam sir, College Librarian, Kumbakonam Government Arts College. And Google Forms, we are all already using the forms in many ways for collecting data, but still each and every aspect of the Google Form was clearly explained. How to use the questionnaire tool, how to create fillable forms. He clarified why it needs to be focused. He differentiated the Google Form free and extended services of the Google Shoot, and why to go for an online form, and also to be very cautious on creating such Google tools, how to be very cautious, and how to have a separate email ID for creating such Google Forms and add-ons, etc. And I next concentrate on how to change the display, how to add and how to modify the template gallery, how to utilize it. He elucidated how to open a new blank form and select the options available at the right side and make use of to frame with the questions. Each and every option available to frame the question was explained in a very clear manner that shows the different disciplines. He also explained for what discipline, what kind of options and what kind of questions should be chosen. That could have been very helpful to all the researchers of different disciplines. The type of questions and options that can be utilized, like asking questions, how to create questions using images, figures, and using other aspects of the Google Forms. He also explained the add-ons and what is it useful for and why is it necessary, how to introduce and he also referred how the purpose, depending upon the purpose, how to create the forms. Next, he explained the theme selection, how to utilize the options available behind the three dots that is always available at the right top corner, and make the Google form more customized and add details and all the other features required for customizing our requirement as per the discipline in which we are doing research. Add-ons clearly make how to make it clearly use of this add-ons. He gave a nearly 20 minutes of explanation regarding add-ons, elaborated on short answers, paragraphs, how to select for which option we should go for short answer, for which we must go for paragraph, multiple choice, checkboxes, drop down, linear scale, multiple choice, grid, checkbox, grid, date, time, and each and every option was given in such a very minute detail that it was really astounding, sir. Thank you so much for that. How to make use of the settings, expanding the setting options, how to send responses to the respondents. In this way, he explained how the respondents can view the Google form, how they can access it, and what are all the options they have to either get the response, to view the responses or not. How a scholar can create a form with several obligations in mind. He also brought out the several obligations the scholar or a researcher should bear in mind before creating a Google form. He reminded that accountability of the researchers towards affiliated institutions and universities, so that the participant might be very careful and cautious while creating Google forms hereafter. He explained how to design the presentation and how to judiciously select the options while when the presentation part of the Google form is designed. He explained the defaults. What are the features that can be made available in the defaults? What are all the details respondent can view as a default, and how to share the created Google form through email or by link. What are all the advantages and disadvantages while sharing through email and while sharing through link? So unless and otherwise such an explanation, sir, we couldn't have understood what are all the benefits of sharing by email or link. And that was wonderful, sir. It is highly useful to share because link can be shared with all the participants who doesn't have even Gmail account, and who are used to have the mail account in other services like Yahoo and Rediff, etc. And those who lack or respond with share the Google Forms. Exporting the responses will also specify how to conduct this. So in such a detailed manner,
shorten the report, ma'am.
Yes, sir. That's all, sir. Thank
Please,
you, sir. And I thank Dr. Ramasamy sir for such a wonderful platform. We learned everything hands-on, like a hands-on session. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the session coordinators, and thank you for the resource persons, and thank each and every stakeholder of this webinar. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are very glad to hear your feedback of this seminar. We heartily welcomes you all.
Dear participants, we request one or two participants to give their feedback. You may kindly unmute your mic and give your free feedback, please. Any two of you, okay? You can just give your feedback, please.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am from M. Monica from Combined College of Arts and Science. Sir, it is a wonderful section for me to prepare a research thesis and get more information about a Google form for get more knowledge. I have a great section, sir, and thank you so much to conduct a wonderful section, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Other participants, please, your feedback. You can give both plus and minus of this program, please.
Hello.
Sir, please, sir. Go ahead, sir. You're audible, sir.
Yeah, I am Dr. Simhachalam from Rajahmundry, Andhra Pradesh. This is a very good session, sir. I enjoyed a lot with the presentation, everything, sir. Thank you very much for the organizers. I hope many more like this seminars will be conducted in the future, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Maybe the last participant.
Sir, we will expect more and more seminars like this, sir. It is very useful about us.
Thank you. You can kindly tell your name, please. Your name and institution.
M. Monica, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Monica. Thank you so much.
From Combined College of Arts and Science in Tiruvannamalai.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So,
Sir.
if
Afternoon, sir.
anybody else is there, Nagaleshwara, please go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dr. Naglakshmi from Telangana State. The 4 sessions are very useful and informative, sir. The resource persons are very eminent and with lots of patience, they have explained each and every concept. Especially, I was interested with Google Alert because I haven't heard about this topic in any other webinars. In spite of that, many all the other Mendeley and Jetero apps have heard in any other webinar. But Google Alert and this elaborative session on Google Forms, it's very extraordinary to listen to. I thank the subject experts as well as the organizers. Great experience with you, this attending this webinar, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I think MC students, you can go ahead to the next program, please.
Thank you for your valuable suggestions. Listen with curiosity, speak with honesty, act with integrity. The greatest problem with communication is we don't listen to understand, we listen to reply. When we listen with curiosity, we don't listen with the intent to reply. We listen for what's behind the words. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. B. Tamilmani, Director, Research and Development and Professor, Department of Cooperation, Gandhigram Rural Institute, Gandhigram, to deliver the valedictory address.
Hello.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ramsamy.
Yes, sir. Your voice is clear, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you, my dear friends, the principal in charge, the organizer of the program, Dr. Ramsamy, and his team members, and all the participant friends. I feel immense pleasure to be part of this wonderful program organized by Dr. Ramsamy and his team. I learned that this team has been organizing this type of programs, seminars, offline as well as webinars continuously for the benefit of the academic community. Really, I'm very much thankful for having taken these type of steps forward for the progress and the development of the academic community. So I have been assigned the task of giving valedictory address. Really, I feel immense pleasure as well as thankfulness for having bestowed upon me to deliver valedictory address. My dear friends, academic research plays a very, very vital role in finding out truth, helps to solving issues, and adds to new inventions, and all these perspectives help for the well-being of the society. All these research efforts, research activities must be resultant with the well-being of the society. The outcome of the research adds to the existing knowledge. It gives a new direction and helps to troubleshooting. So the academic world, which is normally is considered a great organ which will take the entire world towards prosperity and development. So that is the reason why very much importance is attached to the academic institutions or academic world. So that is the reason why research among academia assumes great significance for obvious reasons. With stupendous and prudent research, the research scholars and the researchers can come out with a bundle of new knowledge, a wonderful collection of ideas, skills, and operable suggestive framework that would help in making a transformation of the society. So what we need is a transformation of society through research. The University Grants Commission, which is considered as the regulator or monitor of higher education institutes, has propagated three important facets of higher education. One is teaching, the second one is research, and the third one is extension. So we know very well that teaching is transmitting knowledge, research is finding a new thing, and the third one is extension. Whatever we through research must be transferred to the society. So the entire the exercise of teaching, the entire exercise of research must be sent or must be delivered to must be delivered to the society. Research without effective contribution to the society is considered as a waste of resources, waste of time, waste of energy, waste of efforts, and which may be curtailed. Okay, steps must be taken to strengthen the research to a larger extent. A well-cultured research team or a society would make the community a very vibrant. It will keep the society well informed and keep the ecosystem and the environment more energetic towards problem solving and keep them proactive to the changes. Friends, we are all know very well that we are living in a digitalized world. Okay, everything has been digitalized. Okay, whatever the things it is, if it is a booking or an air ticket, train ticket, a bus ticket, or if you want to send an application to the higher studies or to write a competitive exam, everything, to apply for a college or institute, everything, almost all the phases of academic activities are being digitalized. And the ICT, information and communication technology, has become part and parcel of our society, and academic and research life also. So ICT is not only taking part in the normal life, but also in the academic and research life. A researcher with the help of ICT, web resources, and applications and research tools can make the research process much more easier, okay, and with less expenses and with less time, but with more accuracy, So these tools, research tools or online tools or web resources, digitalized means very much reduce the cumbersome aspects, the onerous tasks, and the laborious works and components involved with the tasks of research. So one of the milestones in the roadmap of academic research is the advent of digitalization or ICT. So entire world has agreed and we are passing through. Okay, Digital India has been considered as one of the flagship programs enunciated and implemented by the government of India, wherein much steps are being taken for ensuring the digitalized support, infrastructure development, and all the activities be implemented through digitalized means. The academic activities also, namely teaching and thought, exam writing and valuation, PhD research work and evaluation of the thesis, conducting of viva exam, all these activities are being done through online. So that too in the corona affected world, I mean, after pandemic situation. So this has been considered as the only way out to address our issues and situations. No other goal. It is the only available tool on our hand to address and to deliver things to the society and to the community. So in the days of new normal, that is after COVID-19 pandemic, the digitalized means have contributed greatly, okay, to almost all the people of world, India, Tamil Nadu, or whatever we can say. So my dear friends, so in this angle, okay, so when the digitalized means helping the community in their respective means and respective ways, the same way the academic researcher can very well make use of the research tools for their academic research. So that's what the research topic has been addressing for the last 2 days. And I have been also attending to the sessions, some 3 sessions. So it was very much useful. As I earlier, earlier before the advent of digitalized means, the research was considered so tough, so cumbersome, so laborious, so expensive. But now, with the help of digitalized means, with the help of ICT tools, it has drastically reduced, the cumbersome tasks and onerous aspects and the laborious aspects of components involved in the research. So with the free online tools, if we are very thorough enough and we are very familiar with those techniques, then definitely we can do lot of miracles. We can do lot of good research piece of work, through those tools and techniques. That's what the 4 technical session resource persons and experts have addressed. So I hope that you might have listened well, and the technical inputs as well as the inputs given by the 4 resource persons as well as the organizing team, Dr. Ramaswamy and other friends would be much useful for your research work in future. And I hope that this would go a long way in shaping up your research career. So with these few words of research, we can say that the research roadmap can be divided into before implementation or before adoption or adoption of ICT technology or ICT tools in research, and after the advent of ICT tools or research tools in research area. Because now you people are blessed with. When we were doing research, we faced a lot of difficulties, but now things are at the maximum, reduced. You are at a beneficial state. The only thing is where to use it and how to use it, and to which aspect you have to research, apply the tools. That part you have to know. The other aspects, so those tools can drastically reduce your work. So my humble piece of advice is that all the participants might be very young, maybe post graduation, and I learned that some of them are undergraduation also, or the young persons who are pursuing for PhD program. So you take you grasp all those inputs given by the resource persons, and you apply those tools and techniques for your research work. So with these piece of simple advice, I am very much thankful for being part of this program. My appreciation to Dr. Ramaswamy and his team for organizing a relevant topic. And it is timely too. Timely in the sense after pandemic, okay, people movements are highly restricted. So we have to depend very much on the ICT tools and apps alone. So these type of seminars and webinars will be very much grateful for the people to move about to start their academic pursuits. So with these piece of remarks, I am very much thankful once again for having given this wonderful opportunity, and my appreciation to the entire team, Dr. Ramaswamy and other conveners, okay, under the head of the principal in charge and principal and other secretaries. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Ramaswamy, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So kind of you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable validity. Feeling thankful is like wrapping a present and not giving it. I consider this occasion as an honor and privilege to propose vote of thanks. It is my pleasure to call upon the most enthusiastic and earnest Dr. K. Ramaswamy, convener and organizing secretary, college librarian, M.V. Muthaiya Government Arts College for Women, Dindigul, to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you. Alfred North Whitehead told, "No one who achieves success does so without acknowledging the help of others." The most respected and honorable guest of honor, Dr. B. Tamilmani sir, and session chairpersons, resource persons, webinar reporter, technical director, MC team, and my dear beloved participants. Very, very pleasant afternoon each and every one of you. It gives me immense pleasure to propose vote of thanks for this 2-day national webinar sponsored by ICSSR New Delhi on free online tools for easy, effective and impactful research. At the outset, my sincere thanks are due to Indian Council of Social Science Research, New Delhi, for funding this 2-day national webinar on free online tools, hosted by the Central Library of M.V. Muthaiya Government Arts College for Women, Dindigul, Tamil Nadu, from 19th March to 20th March of this year. The ICSSR office is very friendly. I used to trouble them, ask questions. They are ready to answer all the questions 24/7. You get immediate reply either through WhatsApp or in the mail. Very, very friendly office. So thank you so much for funding this particular webinar, sir. We are thankful to ICSSR for that. Then my heartfelt thanks are due to Dr. D. Lashmi, principal of our college, for all her support, encouragement and motivation. My copious thanks to Dr. D. Ramani, the registrar, Mother Teresa Women's University, Kodaikanal, for having accepted our invitation and delivered the inaugural address on 19th March 2022. My lovable thanks to Dr. B. Tamilmani, Director, Research and Development and Professor, Department of Cooperation, Gandhigram Road Institute, Dindigul, for his stupendous valedictory address. I just requested him over the phone. Sir immediately agreed to my request and he has been in time. Apart from that, he has been attending both the day sessions too and he was giving me the comments. To be more frank, I am very proud to say that I am his student. I did BCOP, BA in Cooperation in Gandhigram University during 1990 to 95, during which sir was my teacher, my beloved teacher, my loving teacher, an ever-loving human who has been in touch with me for more than 20 years. He's such a great personality. He's not just a teacher, he's more than a teacher. So I'm thankful to Tamilmani sir for all his kindness and his friendship and his guidance throughout these 2 decades of relationship. Thank you so much, sir. I am thankful to Dr. G.S. Angelin, Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, M.M. College for Women, Dindigul, for a cutting-edge presidential address. Thank you, ma'am. In fact, the same day, madam had association meeting in our college. In spite of that, she has been with us and delivered the presidential address. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And it's my bound duty to extend my sincere thanks to all the 4 resource persons of this national webinar, Dr. S. Dhanavandan, Deputy Librarian, Central University of Tiruvarur, Tamil Nadu, Dr. P. Sendilkumaran, Deputy Librarian, Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod, Dr. B. Jayaprakash, Associate Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, Bharatdasan University, Trichy, Dr. M. Leeladharan, Assistant Professor, Senior Scale, Department of Library and Information Science, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry, for excellent sessions, for the content-rich delivery, for effective interactions, and for their time consciousness. So just on our request, they have been with us, delivering their best to us. I'm sure the content delivered by all these resource persons will be benefiting all of us in the days to come. Then my tons of thanks are due to all the 4 session chairpersons who conducted and moderated all the 4 technical sessions. Dr. M. Grace, College Librarian, Loganathan Narayanasamy Government Arts College, Autonomous Ponneri, Dr. K. Kumaresan, College Librarian, Mutturangam Government Arts College, Autonomous Vellore, Dr. A. Anita, College Librarian, Dharmabram Yanambiga Government Arts College for Women, Mailadurai, and Dr. R. Sangaralingam, College Librarian, Government Arts College for Autonomous, Kumbakonam. So they are the 4 pillars, those helped us to run this show very beautifully. Thank you so much to all these session coordinators. And my special thanks are due to the webinar rapporteur, Mrs. K. Anuradha, College Librarian, LRG Government Arts College for Women, Tirupur. Madam is actually a systematic worker, very sincere in her delivery of concepts, and it is she who proposed vote of thanks on the inaugural session, and it is she who presented a comprehensive report of what happened in these 2 days in the valedictory address. Thank you so much, ma'am. And my double layer thanks to my dear friend Dr. S. Aravind, Technical Director of this webinar, Librarian and Head, Department of Library and Information Science, GTN Arts College, Dindigul. See, he is a person who has been rendering 24/7 help to me. Only because of him I am sitting in front of the computers in his library of GTN Arts College. We are hosting the event only from GTN Arts College. Thanks to the infrastructure being extended to this particular program, the healthy discussions and the training what have been having the last 2 days. He used to give a lot of inputs on how best things can be done. So I am really thankful to Dr. Aravind. I am sure that we'll be keeping up this relationship forever in the days to come. Thanks so much, sir. And my special thanks to Principal, GTN Arts College, for granting permission to use the ICT infrastructure of the GTN College. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. In fact, I took the help of Dr. Rajati ma'am, Dr. Subramaniam sir, the assistant professors of computer science of our college, for referring to the platform that can be opted for our national webinar. They have been extending help like anything. I am thankful to both of them. And my special thanks to Dr. Brahmanathan, librarian, and Dr. J. R. Mugam, librarian, my friends, those who have suggested this go-to meeting and advised me to go for this particular platform. Thank you, friends, for all these your friendly advices and suggestions. And in fact, we had 2 PG students of our college, Bhavadarini and Hemalada, MA English second year students. Those have been comparing both the first day inaugural session and today's valedictory session. We could see their hard work in rendering the comparing in both inaugural and valedictory ceremonies. So thank you, Bhavadarini, and thank you, Hemalada, for your strenuous preparation and a beautiful presentation. Thank you so much. And I must thank the teacher who helped these students prepare and practice them, both scripts and presentation. My simple and plain thanks to Mrs. Surya Prabha, Assistant Professor of English, M.E. Muthiah Government Arts College for Women. Thank you, ma'am. My thanks are due to all the faculty members of our college who appreciated and encouraged us for a successful conduct of this national webinar. My special thanks to Dr. Sangaralingam for the wonderful welcome address in the valedictory session. And I am doubly thankful to all the 3 participants, those who came forward and presented their feedback in a very, very lucid manner. Thank you for all those participants. And very important, last but not the least, I should thank all the center of attractions. Yes, without you, the participants, this event would not have been achieved for a purpose for which it was planned. Thank you, participants, for your active participation, sincere attendance, patience listening, healthy interactions, and fruitful feedback. Thank you so much. I am thankful to both the respondents, those who are attending the GoToMeeting, and also the respondent, those who have been attending the sessions on YouTube live streaming. Thank you so much. If I missed anyone, I am sorry, it's not intentional. I am sure that this seminar, this webinar would have given you an idea of free online tools for easy, effective and impactful research. So please know them, learn them, use them and teach them. My best wishes to all of you. I submit my humble thanks to all of you, not only on my own behalf, but also on behalf of each and every one of us. Thank you so much. So before a big thanks, few instructions. So already you have filled the attendance for the day 1. Now in the chat box we have given the feedback link. This feedback link will be considered both for the attendance purpose and for your certificate. After filling this Google form, you will get your e-certificate. If there is any problem in getting this particular certificate, I have given my email ID in the chat box. You may kindly mail me and you can quote your problems. Fine. And the feedback form will be closed by maybe within an hour. The Google feedback form will be closed. So dear participants, thank you so much for all your beautiful presentation and active participation. And we are looking to meet you all in some of the programs in the days to come. And I'm thankful to all these people, our patrons, technical director, rapporteurs, session chat persons, resource persons, and everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful vote of thanks. Thank you all. Thank you once again for your gracious presence. Thank you.
Thank you all. See, most probably if you fill the Google feedback form, immediately you will get your certificate. In case if there is any problem in getting the certificate, you can kindly mail us, please. So participants, after filling the Google feedback form, you can leave the meeting, please.
Thank you, Ramasamy sir.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sir, recording stop பண்ணேமோ இது போயிட்டு மீட்டிங் போயிட்டு இருந்தாரு போயிட்டு இருந்தோம். Yoranam, thank you, pa. Thank you so much, pa. Yoranam.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
Yoranam, thank you, pa.
Thank you.
போகுமா? யூடியூப் லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீமில் தெரியாதா? லிங்க் தெரியாதா? மறுபடியும் சொல்கிறாங்க. நான் ஒரு 13 போட்டு இருக்கேன். ஆனால் வரலன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. இதில் போட்டு பார்ப்போமா? யூடியூப்ல ரைட்ஸில் லைவ் சாட் இருக்கும்ல, அதெல்லாம் போட்டேன் நான். நீங்கள் போட்டு பாருங்க. நான் போட்டு தான் வர மாட்டேங்குது. நம்ம இதில் போடணுமா? என் தலைவர் இதில் போடணுமா? நம்ம இதில் போடணுமா? இதில் யூடியூப் லிங்க் வருதுல, இதில் நம்ம ஆட் பண்ணலாமா? இதில் இதில் நம்ம மெசேஜ் போட முடியுமா? அதில் அதான் பிரச்சனை. நான் போட்டே இருக்கேன், அவங்க தெரியலன்றாங்க. ஃபீட்பேக் லிங்க் தெரியலன்றாங்க அவங்க. நம்ம இதில் போட முடியாதுல்ல?
போட்டுங்க, டெலிகிராமில் போட்டுங்க. டெலிகிராமில்
150 200 அதில் போட்டால் எல்லாரும் நம்ம ஃபீட்பேக்
15 தான் கிடச்சிங்க.
இல்லை 20 பேர் இருக்காங்க, 22 பேர் பார்த்துருக்காங்க.
18 பேர் இருக்காங்க.
இப்போ நீங்கள் இப்போ நான் அதில் போட்டேன் வரல. இப்போ நீங்கள் யூடியூப்பில் போயிட்டு ரைட்டில் டாப் சார்ட் இருக்குங்களா, அதில் போடணும். அதில் போடணும் வரவே இல்லை.
பேர் வச்சுருக்கீங்க.
லிங்க் வேணுமா?
லிங்க் எனக்கு வாட்ஸ்அப் பண்ணுறீங்களா?
அனுப்புகிறோம் சொல்கிறேன். இது 13 நிமிஷம் என்னென்ன
வரல.